Father Muhammad. distinguished heads of state and government, delegates, honored guests, I now open the joint resumed third meetings of COP28, CMP18, and CMO5. As we continue the national statements, I would like to remind distinguished speakers of the actions in place to ensure effective time management. There is a 3-minute time limit for statements during the high-level segment. Statements should be as concise as possible, noting that full texts of the official statements will be made available on the UNFCCC website. And finally, please note that heads of state or government who are not in the plenary at the time of delivery of their statements will be scheduled to speak at the end of all statements of the same category. Dear distinguished heads of state and government, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, let us begin. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Jose Ramos Horta, President of Timor-Leste. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Good morning, Mr. President. Because His Holiness, the Pope, is not here, he was supposed to speak before me, can I take his time as well? I was told I can. Sorry, I'm joking. Mr. Chairman, I'm joking. And I don't see any Majesty here, any Highness here, so I go straight to Your Excellencies. Today is the 52nd anniversary of the United Arab Republic, so I warmly congratulate His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan for his inspiring leadership in contributing $100 million to the Loss and Damage Fund for those who bear the impact of climate change. We welcome the historic decision just taken to operationalize the Loss and Damage Fund and appreciate the financial pledges made so far. We trust that these will be new and additional to existing climate finance and other development assistance. A vast gap remains, and it is our people hope that will continue, and it's our people that will continue to shoulder the greatest cost of climate change. I commend the technical team of my country, Timor-Leste, under the leadership of Ambassador Adão Barbosa, the delegation is here, for their hard work, their competence in serving in the Transitional Committee on Loss and Damage, working hard towards the realization of these funds in the interest of the most vulnerable countries. I urge WHO to declare a public health emergency of international concern, the highest level of emergency that can be declared by WHO. Timor-Leste experiences multiple climate change impacts, floods, droughts, landslides, and sea level rise. This leads to decrease in agricultural output, increased food insecurity, water shortage, destruction of infrastructure, loss of human life, displacement, and the limited financial and technological capacity to quickly recover and rebuild loss and damage. We need to define climate finance as new and additional to a revised, increased ODA to at least 0.7% of GDP, and without the cumbersome, inflated bureaucracy procedures. In addition, there has to be a global debt write-off for LDCs, SEEDs, and in particular the G7 plus fragile states. We must recognize that economic recovery from COVID-19 pandemic, Ukraine war, and the climate catastrophes, while we are saddled with massive debts caused by shark loans from multilateral lending institutions and the commercial banks, is an impossibility to recover. Timor-Leste ocean boasts exceptional biodiversity, extensive fisheries, and the healthiest corals in the region. 24 species of whales and dolphins frequent our waters, which is among the highest recorded number of cetaceans anywhere in the world. Our waters contain the largest creature ever to have lived on planet Earth, the mighty blue whale. However, our nation's marine life is being plundered by illegal fishing and faces a very grave threat from plastics pollution. We have taken measures to strengthen legislation to protect our marine diversity. We echo the statement of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, Target 3, to conserve at least 30% of the planet by the year 2030, by taking urgent and concrete action to halt and reverse biodiversity loss on our land and in our sea. We, myself as President, and the government led by our founding father, Prime Minister Xanana Guzmão, we are determined to protect our exclusive economic zones against predatory commercial activities. The Northern EEZ will be no-take zone by 2025. Traditional fishing activities by coastal communities will be adequately supported to improve their livelihood. We have formulated NAPAs and revised the NDCs as required by UNFCCC, with adaptation priorities for the short, medium, and long-term actions, including agriculture, food security, freshwater, infrastructure, and health. On mitigation, Timor-Leste is fully engaged to have a low-carbon development path with priorities given to renewable energy and reforestation. Some of our national NGOs are at the forefront of our strategy to repair the damage inflicted on Mother Earth. NGO Permatil has been actively undertaking water source conservation and recovery activities, rehabilitating natural dams in upper areas for increasing rainwater infiltration into the soil. NGOs with One Seed and the Timor Carbon Offset Foundation are expanding successful tree planting programs across the country. Carbon credit certificates sold in the carbon credit market bring significant return for participating communities. We will do much more if we receive adequate support, free of stifling bureaucracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of the South Sudan. Apologies for that, Your Excellency. We have some scheduling here. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Teodoro Obiang Nguema Songo, President of Equatorial Guinea. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much indeed, President.
Ante todo,
First and foremost,
agradecer al gobierno
I would like to
Emiratos Árabes
express my gratitude to the government of the United Arab Emirates for hosting us at this important conference.
agradecer la hospitalidad que me
I'd also like to express my gratitude for the very warm welcome extended to me and my delegation.
Guinea Ecuatorial
President, Equatorial Guinea would like to take this opportunity to voice its alarm, given that we still seem to be very far away from achieving the targets we set for ourselves to effectively tackle climate change. And this despite the multiple meetings that have been held in an attempt to mitigate this global challenge. The fight against the adverse impact of climate change is a broad one, as we're dealing with a broad and multifaceted issue, one that threatens the very existence of human life. For that reason, there's a pressing need for us to work together and to ensure that all nations participate in this process. Africa is one of the regions with the highest rates of carbon capture and oxygen release in the world. Yet, paradoxically, we are the region which draws the least benefits from the aforementioned. In light of that, it's not enough, in our view, for developed countries to simply wring their hands and make empty promises. Rather, they need to fulfill their commitments and obligations under the Paris Agreement that we achieved at COP28 and ensure the rollout and implementation of tangible, concrete action to mitigate the adverse impact of climate change and to contribute to our joint work to ensure that no one is left behind. To sum up, climate change is today the principal obstacle standing between us in Africa and sustainable development. And for that reason, we issue an urgent call for renewed commitment at COP28 to provide Africa with adequate, transparent, and just financing going forward, as well as ensuring the requisite transfer of technology. We'd like to voice our concern in light of the fact that developed countries have, in the main, failed to follow through on their pledges and commitments, chiefly when it comes to providing financing for climate action, as well as a failure to follow through on obligations in terms of emissions mitigation in the industries based in those developed countries. I would like to wrap things up by reiterating Equatorial Guinea's staunch commitment to the fight against climate change, and that we are living in an era of climate change can no longer be in doubt. This determination has spurred us to adopt programs to develop renewable energies, as well as to implement actions to reduce deforestation for the purpose of converting our woods and forests into genuine carbon sinks and also promoting the conservation of biodiversity. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Excellencia. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of Ghana. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I thank His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan and the government and people of the United Arab Emirates for the warmth of their hospitality to the Ghanaian delegation since our arrival in this beautiful country, and express our appreciation to the President for hosting this all-important conference of parties, COP28. We are now all aware that climate change has enormous impact on the fundamentals required for our survival on Earth. It imposes developmental constraints and burdens on our already stretched resources, and we in Ghana are witnessing this phenomenon for ourselves at first hand. Indeed, a few weeks ago, parts of my country, Ghana, were confronted with a severe humanitarian crisis triggered by the spillage of water from our country's largest hydroelectric dam, the Akosombo Hydroelectric Dam, due to unusually high rainfall patterns. Though a necessary action to maintain the dam's structural integrity, the the spillage caused extensive flooding in downstream communities in its catchment area. Thousands of people have been displaced and have been forced to leave their homes, with many losing personal possessions and means of livelihood, highlighting the significant impact of loss and damage due to environmental changes. The situation with the Akosombo Dam represents an opportunity to assess the effectiveness of the commitments and support promised by developed countries in assisting developing nations to deal with adaptation and address the consequences of climate change. I therefore encourage our international partners to support the V20 Loss and Damage Fund, the Global Shield Against Climate Risk, and ultimately the UNFCCC Loss and Damage Fund to ensure the availability of robust social safety nets for the developing world during such climate crises. Ghana welcomes and appreciates the Seed Fund contributions by the UAE and others towards the operationalization of the UNFCCC Loss Damage Fund. Excellencies, let me state that Ghana remains committed to achieving the emission reduction targets outlined in our nationally determined contributions through increased and rapid investment in low-carbon energy solutions, particularly in renewable energy. The medium-term target of 1,350 megawatts of installed renewable energy capacity in the generation mix by 2030 is on course. This will guarantee low energy prices for accelerated economic development and universal access to electricity. Let me reiterate in concluding that Ghana continues to advocate for a fundamental transformation of the global financial system, which is aligned to the socioeconomic objectives and ambitions of developing countries. We must turn COP28 into a meaningful dialogue for fostering sustainable development with tangible and balanced outcomes. I thank you for your attention and hope the conference record will capture the full text of my presentation. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of South Sudan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Highness, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the United Arab Emirates, Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, President of COP28, Your Excellencies, allow me to congratulate you for being elected as the President of the Conference of the Parties, COP28. I also want to thank the government and people of the United Arab Emirates for the warm hospitality accorded to me and my delegation since our arrival, and for hosting COP28 in this great city of Dubai. Your Excellencies, as the world's youngest nation and underdeveloped. South Sudan, with no or little carbon emission, is seriously impacted by climate change. For 4 years now, the country is suffering from floods, droughts, excessive heat, high temperatures, and irregular rain patterns. These climate change-related factors have negatively affected the livelihoods of our people. The people are internally displaced and are forced to fight over water and pasture. That is causing subnational conflicts between the displaced and host communities. So, peace and security are clearly affected as a result of climate change. Excellencies, we have come to this COP28 with the hope that we, the world leaders, will commit ourselves to the implementation of the provisions of the Paris Agreement. I therefore urge the developed countries, which are the high carbon emitters, in this conference to increase their effort to reduce carbon emissions by over 45% in order for us to keep global temperature below 1.5 degrees. Excellencies, climate change financing to the less developed countries is very important so that these countries can implement their climate adaptation and mitigation projects. I urge the developed countries to operationalize loss and damage fund so that less developed countries that are affected are compensated. That will help them build the livelihoods of their people and restore their environments. Excellencies, before I end my remarks, I would like to remind the developed countries about the importance of capacity building and technology transfer to the developing countries. Capacity building and technology transfer is the only way for the developing countries to embark on green growth. Finally, The time for ambitious climate action is now. At this juncture, I would like to thank Mr. Antonio Guterres, the United Nations Secretary General, for considering South Sudan to benefit from the early warning for all initiative, which we launched last month. Let us together play our part to heal our planet from the danger of climate change and invest in it. Thank you, and I feel honored to address this esteemed gathering. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Faustin Archange Touadera, President of the Central African Republic. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs,
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen,
je voudrais, au nom de mon pays, la
on behalf of my country, the Central African Republic,
République, l'excellente
I would like to welcome the excellent quality of the organization of this COP28,
l'hospitalité légendaire
as well as the legendary hospitality of the authorities and people of the United Arab Emirates.
28 qui intervient
COP28
après
is being held
une année record
after a record year
de phénomènes
marked by extreme weather events,
qui menacent
events which jeopardize the future of all humankind.
nous offre une excellente occasion
This offers us an excellent opportunity to realize our climate ambitions,
d'action
turning them into opportunities for practical action
consolider nos engagements
and also strengthening our commitments regarding climate change,
En effet, partout dans
which
le
is a
monde,
very pressing issue. Across the world, the number of natural catastrophes related to
telles que
the
les
climate, such as floods,
et la sécheresse,
droughts,
plus que doublé.
among others, have doubled in recent years.
Il est
Regrettably,
que d'une COP à l'autre,
from one COP to the next,
les accords et promesses se suivent,
agreements
pour autant
and promises are made without, however, reversing the course of climate change.
qui portent la moindre responsabilité,
Africa, which bears least responsibility
soit seule
in terms of emissions,
mission mondiale,
they bear responsibility for just 4% of global emissions.
victime
But unfortunately, Africa is the primary victim of the direct impacts of climate change.
La République centrafricaine,
The Central African Republic has been classed among
les
the
plus menacées,
5 countries which are most threatened by the effects of climate change,
victime
is also an innocent victim
géopolitique.
of geopolitical tensions which have upset the world.
La menace
Notwithstanding this,
présente
the threat is very real and present,
constitue un obstacle
and it might pose an obstacle to efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals unless
engagé pour
urgent action is not taken to fully implement the Paris Agreement, which seeks to maintain global temperatures below 1.5
au moment où
degrees Celsius.
COP28
At this moment, when the COP28 is being held,
est ravagée
part of my country has been suffering from devastating floods brought on by torrential rainfall.
nous interpelle sur l'urgence.
This reminds us of the climate emergency.
Mesdames et Messieurs,
Ladies and gentlemen,
La COP27 s'était fixé
COP28,
des objectifs à
COP27 set 4 objectives, including mitigation, adaptation, finance,
transition juste.
and a just transition.
À la question de savoir qui doit payer
When it comes to determining who should pay for the climate bill, the answer is,
du fossé entre les pays
bearing in mind the gap between
principaux pollueurs,
developed countries, which are the primary polluters, and the poor countries,
les
it would be logical for the former to finance the mitigation process, which should enable countries in the global south to better deal with the impacts of climate change and to mitigate their impacts on populations.
la République centrafricaine
The Central African Republic
de la création
welcomes the creation of the Fund for Loss and Damage at this COP.
elle souhaite
My country
un consensus
hopes a consensual management mechanism for this fund,
caractère humanitaire
which should be humanitarian in nature. We hope that this will be established so as to
son objectif
prevent it from being diverted from its primary objective and to prevent it from being served as a means of exerting pressure in accordance with geopolitical and other goals.
travaux
I wish you all the best of success. Thank you.
Merci, Excellence.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Chandraprasad Santrok, President of Suriname. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Good morning. All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm standing here representing my country, Suriname, which is covered with 93% of rainforests, while our deforestation rate is less than 0.5%. With that comes a high-quality biodiversity which we must protect at all costs. Yes, we are a carbon sink nation and one of the only 3 carbon negative countries in the world, and we are committed to keeping it that way. For us, for you all, and the generations after us. Ladies and gentlemen, climate is a global good. The adverse impacts are felt by all, and also us, members of the Caribbean community, CARICOM. As part of the 8 Amazonian countries united in the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization, ACTO, we are also committed to fight deforestation of the Amazon region. My country and people are forced to adapt to extreme dry and wet weather events which cause losses and damages. At the same time, we must respond to the legitimate demands of our population for economic development and diversification. This we do through a balanced approach consisting of developing the natural resources through environmental-friendly strategy, by sustainable forest management and active protection of biodiversity, and also by continued transition to green energy and other green innovations and technologies. The recently announced offshore oil and other economic developments in Suriname will be developed on this basis, contributing to the energy security for the world. We are committed and confident that we will remain carbon negative, and let that be very clear. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we must put into effect climate finance that actually works and which is easily accessible for all countries and people. Moreover, financial promises must be kept. It is imperative that we continue our efforts of putting the Article 6 rulebook into practice and enhance the practical implementation of mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage, capacity building, and just transition finance. Conservation of our standing forests and biodiversity should be higher valued than reforestation. Financial methodologies accounting for removals is of utmost importance to nations like mine. Ladies and gentlemen, Addressing climate issues requires political will and commitment from government and business leaders by inclusivity of everyone. In closing, let us not forget that there is only one planet, and we do not inherit the planet Earth from our ancestors, but we borrow it from our children. So let's keep in mind that the planet will continue without us, but we humans cannot do without planet Earth. I thank you, and may God bless you all.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Mogwesi Eric Masisi, President of Botswana. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Your Royal Highness, the President of the United Arab Emirates, Your Majesties, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the UN, Dr. Sultan Jabbar, COP28 President. This year's conference of the parties marks the halfway point between the 2015 Paris Agreement and the year 2030. It is very encouraging to me to know that it is at this COP that an inventory of the implementation of the Paris Agreement will be concluded. The Global Stock-Taking Initiative will no doubt give us a clear picture that is more than anecdotal on progress towards achieving the Paris goal to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC report, released in March this year, posits that there is a more than 50% chance that global temperature rise will reach or surpass 1.5 degrees Celsius between 2021 and 2040 across studied scenarios and under a high emissions pathway. This is not good for our planet and calls for bold and transformative action. Your Excellencies, last year at COP27, dubbed the Implementation COP, we came up with the Sharm el-Sheikh Implementation Plan, which was inspired by science as provided for by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Having said that, it is critical that negotiations at COP28 result in strengthened actions and advancement of the Sharm el-Sheikh Implementation Plan. It is for this reason that Botswana supports the modalities of work as proposed by the COP28 United Arab Emirates Presidency. Recognizing that climate finance is an important enabler of climate action, it is imperative that climate finance is made available and accessible to developing countries. At the center of Botswana's radar screen, therefore, is the new collective quantified goal from the floor of the initially envisaged US $100 billion. In our quest to accelerate the implementation of our climate change agenda, we need to enhance our actions of building resilience and addressing loss and damage that is associated with the adverse impacts of climate change. It is our fervent hope that the operationalization of the loss and damage financial mechanism will be concluded during this COP. Excellencies, Botswana is making significant strides towards transitioning from coal-fired electricity to renewable energy. As part of implementing the energy policy and renewable energy strategy, the government of Botswana has made a decision to increase renewable energy penetration from 2% to 30% by 2030. Our second Transitional National Development Plan prioritizes climate change. This has enabled the integration of climate change risks into all aspects of planning, decision-making, and implementation. As a developing country, Botswana prioritizes adaptation as it reduces the vulnerability of communities to climate-related hazards, and in so doing, protecting livelihoods and ecosystems, as well as enabling them to be more resilient. Some of the adaptation actions implemented by Botswana include development of drought-tolerant crop and livestock species, the north-south water pipeline that transfers bulk water to the southern parts of the country where there is a deficit. Excellencies, I note with satisfaction the increased number of youth organizations involved in the intergovernmental climate change process. This will indeed ensure effective participation of the youth in climate change policy decision-making processes. In my capacity as the global chair of the group of LLDCs, I wish to declare the intention of the group to participate in climate change negotiations as a group. In this regard, we seek the support of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate to provide the necessary assistance for the group to achieve this objective. Let me conclude by pledging my support to the COP presidency as you direct the debates towards timely results regarding implementation, particularly climate finance for adaptation and mitigation actions, technology development and research, and conclusion of the modalities of the Loss and Damage Fund. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Semoku Meliet Kone, Vice President of Côte d'Ivoire. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président des Émirats Arabes Unis,
President of the United Arab Emirates, President of COP28,
Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement,
Excellencies, Heads of State and Government,
il m'est particulièrement agréable
it is a great pleasure for me to convey the greetings of His Excellency Mr. Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, to his counterparts and to all delegates involved in this COP28. Côte d'Ivoire welcomes the holding of this Conference of the Parties in the United Arab Emirates and hails the commitment of the host country to strive to ensure the success of our proceedings with the support of all states. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, COP28 is being held at a time where the planet is experiencing an unprecedented climate stress brought on by record temperatures and episodes of ever more violent and devastating weather events. It is now time for the first global stocktake on the implementation of the Paris Climate Agreement. The alarming state of our planet demonstrates non-compliance with commitments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. This non-compliance has prevented efforts to limit heating and warming below 2 degrees C. Island states are disappearing progressively in the Pacific. Countries across many different continents are devastated by climate events of an unprecedented scope linked to climate change. Faced with this reality, the international community must mobilize. For this reason, my country welcomes the agreement on the Loss and Damage Fund in the first few hours of this conference. We must make every effort to ensure that this fund, upon which so many have pinned their hopes, is able to deliver on the expectations of the most vulnerable countries. It is also time to urge the Green Climate Fund and other partners to mobilize more resources for the adaptation of African countries to the effects of climate change and to ensure finance for the energy transition of the continent. Notwithstanding this, there is a need to avoid a situation in which finance for energy transition increases the debt of countries in development even further. Ladies and gentlemen, time is running out for us. Developed countries must decarbonize their economies with resolve. They must make good on their commitments in terms of climate finance for developing countries. As far as my country, Côte d'Ivoire, is concerned, we are honoring our commitments under the Paris Agreement, and we have decided to step up our climate action. In this regard, my country is continuing to successfully implement the objective of reducing its greenhouse gas emissions by 30% prior to 2030, as opposed to the previous objective of 28%. At the same time, the government is accelerating the energy transition of the country with a view to increasing the share of renewable energy in its energy mix to 42% by 2030. Several projects in the spheres of solar, biomass, hydropower, and others are underway in order to leverage the country's immense potential in terms of renewable energy from different sources. Moreover, my country is continuing its project to carry out the Forest Legacy Restoration Programme and the Zero Carbon Agricultural Programme. What is more, my country is now ready to issue carbon credits from the Thai forest, a forest which has a great carbon capture capacity. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference must enable us to revive the objectives set in Paris in 2015 in order to reverse the current trajectory of warming of our planet and to extricate ourselves from climate inaction, as climate inaction leaves us all doomed. With this in mind, access to climate resources must be facilitated for developing countries. Africa must continue to appeal for an urgent reform of global climate financial governance in order to make it more inclusive, equitable, and representative for all stakeholders. My country believes that this is the only condition upon which African states will be able to surmount the challenge of funding their nationally determined contributions. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now it is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Mohammed B.S. Jallow, Vice President of the Gambia. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of His Excellency President Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of the Gambia, I would like to thank the people and government of the United Arab Emirates for the warm welcome and hospitality accorded to me and my delegation. I congratulate His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the United Arab Emirates and ruler of Abu Dhabi, for the successful organization of the 28th Conference of the Parties of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Excellencies, it is with great humility and honor that I stand before you today at this crucial climate summit to share with you the Gambia's experience in combating climate change and addressing problems caused by climate-related events. My government is aware of the challenges posed by climate change. They are real and they affect us all. The theme of this event, climate transition and adaptation, encapsulates our shared journey towards a sustainable future. It acknowledges that we must transition from practices that harm our planet and adapt to changes we are currently facing. We recognize that transitioning to a low-carbon, sustainable economy is not only an environmental imperative, but also an economic opportunity. Therefore, we are still committed to promoting the use of green and clean energy, sustainable agriculture, and eco-friendly technologies. We have the fervent belief that this transition will not only reduce our carbon footprint, but also create jobs, stimulate innovation, and improve the quality of our life of our citizens. Reports published by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change demonstrate that Africa is highly impacted by climate change. In the Gambia, a small and vulnerable low-lying nation, we have acutely felt the impact of climate change in recent years. Erratic weather patterns, cyclic floods and droughts resulting to food insecurity, population displacements, and increased temperatures are occurrences affecting our communities, agricultural production, and water resources management. The Gambia updated its nationally determined contribution in December 2021 and submitted its long-term climate-neutral development strategy 2050 to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in September 2022 in accordance with its obligations under the Paris Agreement. In addition, we are working on local adaptation measures that range from reinforcing flood mitigation infrastructure to implementing climate-resilient agricultural practices, including recently launched climate-smart agricultural projects. climate-resistant fisheries, and adaptive capacity strengthening of our rural population through climate-resilient and diversified livelihoods. These actions are vital for safeguarding our people and ecosystems. However, our strides to combating climate change through adaptation and mitigation means are mainly hindered by lack of financial resources necessary to invest in clean energy, resilient infrastructure, and adaptive measures. As countries most affected by climate change, our shared goal must be to bridge the gap between aspiration and action through global cooperation. We encourage the international community to honor their commitments to international agreements, particularly the Paris Agreement. Adequate and predictable funding, structured for quick disbursements and not tied up in complex red tape, is essential to support countries like ours as we embark on this transformative journey. We call upon the developed countries that have contributed more to the accumulation of greenhouse emissions to deliver on their promise and increase financial support to vulnerable nations so as to enable them to undertake the necessary transitions and build climate-resilient societies that is critical to meeting the SDG targets. Excellencies, as we transition, we must also adapt to the climate impacts that are already here and those that are yet to come. We must protect our communities and ecosystems from the unavoidable effects of climate change. Our communities need support and strategies to build their resilience. Education and awareness creation should be the cornerstones of our approach. We must educate our citizens about climate change, foster a sense of stewardship, and inspire them to participate actively in our efforts to transition and adapt. We must view climate education as an investment in the future, which requires the effort of all. In conclusion, let us remember that climate change does not discriminate based on nationality or wealth. It is incumbent upon us to act together with determination and urgency. We would once again reaffirm our readiness to play our part in the global effort to combat climate change and create a better world for future generations. Our NDC is ambitious enough to contribute our fair share to achieving the net zero emissions target. Together, we can achieve our climate goals through collective action. We can ensure that finance, climate transition, and adaptation are not just themes for discussion, but cornerstones of our shared future to have a healthy and wealthy planet. I thank you, and let us work together for a more sustainable and resilient world.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. David Choquiohoncha Cespedes, Vice President of the Plurinational State of Bolivia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
The indigenous and original peoples of our Mother Earth have never adapted to the world of imbalance and division. They have managed to resist imperialism, capitalism, and colonialism without ceasing from their centuries-long activities of harvesting and farming. Centuries of geopolitical clashes and domination have left them vulnerable and weak. In all their expressions, religious, political, economic, social, and environmental doctrine of the West and of modernity have broken previously existing relationships, replacing symbiosis with struggles for power and conflict around the world. There is an almost insane denial to live in harmony and to live in balance, and this has condemned the Earth to death. There are many assaults on our well-being and our future, and we see Mother Earth struggling to regenerate. Part of this is because we've moved away from living in tune with nature, as I've said. It's been replaced by a synthetic world, an online world, a virtual world. And even What should be useful vehicles, such as actions on climate change, have been used as pretext and vehicles for Western hegemony. The climate crisis is but the latest chapter in a long history of hypocrisy and lies. The global north is responsible for the global imbalance that we're seeing, putting technology at the service of their capitalist, patriarchal growth model. They seek permanent growth to the detriment of the global south. The global north undermines the rights of the global south while preaching rights. They claim to us that they don't have money to resolve the issues, but send fortunes on the military-industrial complex and genocidal wars such as those we're seeing in Ukraine and Palestine. Developing countries have prepared a broad path for developed countries who rely on our resources and yet trample all over us and do not allow us to tread the path with them. But this has led to the current involuntary self-destruction that we're seeing. The UNFCCC is being used to subjugate humanity and its free thinking, subjugate it to the climate change dogma, which calls for the capitalist decarbonized utopia, where everything is measured in carbon units, where previously it was measured in money. This is not climate justice. This is not respect for the rights of Mother Earth. The owners of the system, bankers, scientists, the industrial armament complex, are destroying vulnerable peoples and Earth, and they often blame these peoples. But they are the ones who are to blame, serving on bended knee their god money, allowing their god to devour their own children, just like the god Kronos. We therefore call upon the peoples of the world to stand up, the original peoples first and foremost, because we can refute the lies. We can protect the culture of life. We can protect Mother Earth. We can prevent recolonization through the guise of decarbonization, promote free, prior and informed consent on a genuine basis, not unthinking free, prior and informed consent, which makes people victims of this new hegemonic model of decarbonization, which is just capitalism by another guise. And the hegemony once again represents the power and the greed of the global north. We need to pursue balance and harmony. The original peoples represent the hope for saving Mother Earth and staving off the multiple crises which have been caused by neo-colonial, capitalist, imperialist, patriarchal Western culture. Only by recognizing those roots and combating saying, will humankind be free? Refusing to recognize this reality will mean that many of us will continue to be subject and dominated. It's time to wake up. It's time to pursue genuine cleansing and health and ensure genuine balance and equality between all peoples and Earth writ large. It's time to return to the path of living in harmony and complementarity, balance and peace. There can be no climate justice without understanding genuine life sciences. There can be no climate justice without recognizing that human intelligence is what is important, not artificial intelligence. Rise, peoples of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, I have the pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. João Manuel Goncalves Lourenço, President of Angola. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Sua Excelência, Sua Alteza Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Chefe de Estado dos Emirados
Your Excellency, Your Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the United Arab Emirates, Your Excellency Dr. Sultan Ahmed Al Jaber, President of COP28, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency Mr. Simon Steele, Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen.
Com a mais elevada honra que me dirijo às distintas delegações presentes
I address the various delegations present at this 28th COP, seeing this as a great honor to be able to speak before you all. And I would like to begin by conveying our thanks to the government of the United Arab Emirates for the very cordial welcome they have accorded to me since my arrival in the city of Dubai. I would like to highlight first and foremost the excellent working conditions for this event, which are particularly important given that we will be carrying out our first global stocktake of the Paris Agreement, which will be an opportunity to evaluate the impact of the policies that we have been implementing jointly and individually as countries, all with the aim of achieving the objective of mitigating the serious consequences of climate change that continue to ravage our planet. It is, I think, abundantly clear that our countries, as a result of climate change, are amongst the most affected. And this is particularly true because climate change has a particularly adverse impact on our people, on their daily lives, on their livelihood, their productive activity, their mobility, indeed their quality of life writ large. President, Excellencies, tackling the issue of climate change is one of the key priorities in all sustainable development programs and strategies in the Republic of Angola. For us, it is a critical concern and one that deserves special attention, always with the aim of strengthening our resilience to the effects of climate change, effects which have already seriously impacted the Angolan people in their daily lives, and which also threaten to destroy, indeed further destroy, ecosystems of different species in various regions of our country. When tackling all climate change-related issues, we do so with great resolve and determination, as reflected in our National Strategy for Climate Change 2035, which enshrines various initiatives and visions which are duly aligned with the African Union's 2063 agenda, as well as with the United Nations' own Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. I want to highlight just how committed we are to renewable energy, which represents one of the main pillars of mitigation for climate change and constitutes a decisive step that we're taking in Angola as part of the energy transition process. We are committed to changing our national energy matrix, prioritizing clean energy production sources. And we're doing this through, inter alia, the construction of hydroelectric plants and solar panel parks, which means that more than 65% of the current 6,400 megawatts of energy produced in the country now come from ecological sources, sources that are environmentally friendly. We also have an ongoing program to extend and renovate the national energy transmission network, moving away from the main productions to extend the current offer from the main production sources located in the eastern and southern provinces of the country. So in order to ensure that over the next 4 years we will discontinue the use of thermal power plants that still provide energy and power to some parts of our national territory. Moving away from these thermal and coal-fired power plants will represent not only a large financial saving, but also a major environmental benefit with significant reduction in the burning of fossil fuels for the generation of electrical energy. We are also building new and, where necessary, expanding and renovating old hydroelectric dams, which have provided the country with a significant boost in its electrical energy production capacity, and also have generated a surplus that can meet the needs of neighboring countries in the SADC region. This capacity will be first boosted with the completion of the hydroelectric development in Kakulo Kabasa and the beginning of works on the national project in the Kanune River, the Bainas hydroelectric dam that will serve both Angola and Namibia. Within the context of efforts we have pursued to significantly increase our renewable energy production capacity, we've been paying particular attention to the implementation of solar panel projects in some regions and areas of our country. This has resulted in a huge reduction in annual consumption of diesel, contributing to mitigating the effects of pollution, whilst also meeting the energy needs of the populations living in those locations. By the same token, I want to emphasize other projects, in particular the production of green hydrogen and its derivatives, a project that will begin next year, 2024. We're also working on projects to reduce carbon dioxide and methane emissions in the oil industry. All of this represents a further contribution by Angola to the fight to reduce the increase in global temperatures, which affect our whole planet on an increasing basis. Angola was the victim of severe drought in the south of the country, with devastating impact on the lives of the people living in the south and on animal life as well. This is a phenomenon which occurs cyclically in the south of Angola and in other parts of our planet, and it demonstrates the urgent need for action to prevent disasters of varying dimensions in the future through measures to reduce the emissions of greenhouse gases, all intended to ensure a more habitable and safe planet for future generations. Due to the consequences of climate change, Angola had to seek urgent endogenous homegrown solutions to save entire populations from the effects of drought. And it has done so by investing several $1 million in the construction of a 165-kilometer-long canal in the Cafu region in the province of Kunune, an infrastructure project that made it possible to solve the serious problems that previously existed in that region and helped create simultaneously new opportunities for the development of household or subsistence farming, which in turn has influenced improvements in the nutritional situation with beneficial effects for public health and the well-being of Angolans living in that area. Two other large-scale projects are being built in the same province in Niue and Kalukuve, and a further 6 large water dam projects are planned in the Namibe province. All of this is part of the wider program to combat the effects of drought in southern Angola, the most affected region in the country. Working together with national and foreign environmental organizations, we're rolling out an ambitious environmental education program aimed mainly at children, those studying in university and at school, and young people writ large. We have been working with some success with similar national and foreign partner organizations on a project to plant millions of mangrove seedlings for the recovery and preservation of mangroves along the vast Angolan sea coast. In this fight against the harmful consequences of climate change, we have been able to enjoy the support of major international partners with whom we have worked closely to develop an early warning system for the aforementioned phenomena in Angola, and also to protect ourselves more effectively against the problems and issues that I sketched out earlier. This has also allowed us to put together a toolkit of tailored solutions that can be deployed as appropriate. Your Excellencies, as part of the broad package of measures that the Angolan government has been taking to improve the mechanisms available to it, with the aim of playing a key role in the context of global efforts to preserve the environment, I would point to Angola's National Space Strategy 2016-2025. This comprises an Earth observation satellite network that is being negotiated with the European consortium Airbus. It will serve as a vehicle for the detection and mapping of oil spills at sea, the provision of data on deforestation and areas of illegal logging, tracking wildlife herds in the main national parks and environmental reserves, and monitoring compliance with environmental standards in mining activities. We hope to be able to roll out the project imminently. It's a project that will include a technological solution designed to support monitoring compliance with the indicators of the 17 SDGs. We're of the view that it's important that at COP28, we put together a roadmap detailing the steps that need to be taken going forward so that the commitments made at COP26 in Glasgow are honored, including the goal of doubling financing for adaptation measures by 2025.
Para o período pós-2025, deverá ser tomado em consideração todo conjunto de fatores que não fragilizem as economias.
Negotiating to establish a new climate financing objective for the period post-2025, a whole set of factors will have to be taken into account to ensure that we do not weaken or slow down the economies of developing countries, recognizing that they cannot move away overnight from their reliance on natural resources, namely oil, which is the main sources of income on which they currently rely, to ensure their survival, their economic and social development. May I take this opportunity to highlight that Angola has submitted to the UNFCCC in 2015 its first NDC detailing steps to be taken to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We set a goal of a 35% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. We continue to stick to this target, subject to meeting the necessary funding, of course. On the sidelines of this climate summit, Angola will join initiatives by the United Nations and other specialized international organizations on the decarbonization of the oil and gas industry, as well as initiatives on measuring and reducing emissions of polluting gases such as carbon dioxide and methane gas, setting ambitious targets in these initiatives as part of humanity's battle against climate change. Your Excellencies, in Luanda, in December of last year, we hosted the Summit of Heads of State and of Government of the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States, the OACPS, during which summit I took over the chairmanship of the organization. This organization, amongst its many activities, focuses on tackling climate change, bearing in mind that many of the countries that make up the OACPS are particularly exposed to, are particularly vulnerable to this phenomenon and the serious consequences that derive from it, such as the alarming rise in sea level, which threatens to make some Pacific and Caribbean islands disappear from the map. I also wish to highlight just how important it is to the countries from these regions that financial resources be adequately allocated to climate action. It is therefore important that during this COP28, we were able to determine the framework for a new agreement for necessary financing to tackle climate change and for climate action. In other words, we're delighted that the Loss and Damage Fund was finally adopted at this COP28. This mechanism has particular relevance for the group of countries that I mentioned earlier, the OACPS, that are among the most vulnerable to climate change. I'd also like to emphasize the member states of the OACPS hope that at COP28, a new financial architecture for the climate can be established, one in which climate justice should be seen as one of the core pillars. We highlight the need to deliver on the repeated promises of financial contributions and pledges, as well as access to financing under favorable conditions for less industrialized and less developed countries, with a particular emphasis on small island states who are most threatened by climate change and the related phenomena. I believe that the growing sensitivity of the peoples and nations of the world to climate-related issues can spur this COP28 to act in greater solidarity, so that the goals recommended both at this COP as well as in previous ones can be addressed with greater commitment and with greater determination. We can double our efforts to strive towards same, so that they can be achieved within the deadlines that we set for ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Kosia Natano, Prime Minister of Tuvalu. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me thank you for your astute leadership in guiding our 28th Conference of Parties business, and wish you and your team success in our work and outcomes. Let me also thank the government and people of UAE, our gracious host, for their preparation and the warm hospitality is extended to me and my delegation. Each COP, Mr. President, Tuvalu is ever so encouraged by the good intentions and goodwill pronounced and announced through our beautifully crafted speeches made in these institutions as well as in other platforms the world over. But this said, Mr. President, we must always gauge our efforts by what is happening to our environment and to the people who are affected in the front line. And one begs the question whether we are delivering in our COP objectives and outcomes. As we reflect back to the transformative spirit of our Agenda 2030, we recall in 2015 that the 2030 Agenda envisages a world of universal respect for human rights and human dignity, the rule of law, justice, equality and non-discrimination, of respect for race, ethnicity and non-discrimination, cultural diversity, and of equal opportunity, permitting the full realization of human potential and contributing to a shared prosperity. That spirit, Mr. President, is now waning, as the scientific evidence attests to a pathway of an increase in the global average temperature to well above 2 degrees Celsius, above pre-industrial levels. For a country with the highest point of about 2 meters above sea level, we just could not afford to waste one day. At the capital, where 60 to 70% of the population of Tuvalu lived on, every month's high tide, we are seeing 40% of the land covered with seawater intrusion. So sea level rise, Mr. President, is no longer something that we are expecting to happen in the future. As we speak now, it is happening in my country. Mr. President, Tuvalu, therefore, is proactively seeking responses and solutions and not sitting on its laurels by any imagination. In the past UNGAs and COP meetings, we announced that we are developing a long-term adaptation plan, LTAP, the launching of which we are still trying to secure financial assistance to realize it. The Rising Nation Initiative, RNI, now expanded as the CSAT to include all nations which are affected by sea level rise. The Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty to phase out new oil drillings, coal and gas production. The Commission of Small Island States on Climate Change and International Law, and recently, the Philippine Union Treaty with Australia. The Philippine Union Treaty is not a solution, but a response, a platform prepared for the people of Tuvalu. This platform offers hope for the future of Tuvalu and Tuvaluans. So, Mr. President, though I applaud the current status of loss and damage and the inflow of funding supports, it is our hope that the challenge on the accessibility to the fund is limited or is eliminated. Moreover, the challenges facing by the global community on price surge caused by crises around the world has shifted and created competition amongst nations by its priorities. Mr. President, all the challenges we face warrant a call to all countries to take part to address them. I therefore urge members of the UN to recognize the contribution from the Republic of China and Taiwan to assist with the climate change challenges, health issues, and so forth. Mr. President, I come to this COP with high hopes and refer to COP28 as a COP of hope. The priority of the Tuvalu people is to stay and continue living on our God-given land. Therefore, we need not only hope and reassurance, but determined action. Every initiative, every dollar, every commitment, and any assistance to fight against this existential threat are very much needed. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I now have the pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Olaf Scholz, Chancellor of Germany. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Exzellenzen, meine Damen und Herren.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. For the first time since the Paris Agreement, we are here in Dubai to take stock. So where do we, the international community, stand? It is still possible for us to reduce emissions during this decade, for us to reach a level that would allow us to achieve the 1.5-degree goal. However, science tells us in no unclear terms that we need to step up the pace, despite the geopolitical tensions. For climate change continues to be the major global challenge of our time. We have what it takes to meet these challenges. We have the technologies: wind power, photovoltaics, e-mobility, green hydrogen. In 2022, more gigawatt of renewable energy were fed into the grid than ever before. $1.3 billion were invested globally in clean energies and technologies, more money for climate action than ever before. The demand for fossil fuels has slowed. The peak is in sight. Germany is actively driving these developments. As a successful industrialized country, we aim to live and work in a climate-neutral way by 2045. In the European Union and in Germany, we have thus worked to reduce bureaucracy and to accelerate the expansion of renewable energies. Thus, we've increased the share of renewables in the electricity supply to a new record high, from 45% 3 years ago to almost 60% today. And Germany continues to gather speed. Globally, too, we want to contribute to quicker action to combat climate change. We want to make the energy transition a global success story. We now all have to demonstrate the firm determination to phase out fossil fuels, beginning with coal. And we can set the sails for this course at this conference. I would like to present the following 3 concrete proposals to you today. First, let us make the expansion of renewables our #1 priority in energy policy globally. Let us agree on 2 binding targets here in Dubai: tripling the expansion of renewables and doubling energy efficiency, both by 2030. As long as we still have to rely on gas, we have to ensure that we produce and transport it in as climate-friendly a fashion as possible. Methane emissions of energy industry can be reduced in a simple and cost-effective fashion. Here in Dubai, we should therefore recognize the global methane pledge as an important contribution towards reducing methane emissions. My second point concerns our international cooperation. We need formats in which to develop common solutions for the challenges of transformation in a concrete, pragmatic fashion, step by step. With 36 countries yesterday, we set up the Climate Club, the aim of which is to speed up the global transformation of the sector of industry. I would like to thank Chile as co-chair and all the other countries participating for their commitment and the good results we've already achieved. And we will not stop here.
Weiteres drängendes Thema ist die Reform der
The reform of the international finance architecture is another urgent topic.
über der Weltbank.
We have made quite good headway this year, for example, with regard to the World Bank, and we need to continue down that road in close international cooperation.
Dritter Vorschlag dreht sich
My third proposal concerns solidarity and responsibility.
mindestens 6 Milliarden Euro.
Already in the year 2022, Germany has surpassed its objective of making available 6 billion euros per annum for international climate finance. And if you add to this the funds leveraged thereby, it all adds up to a total of 10 billion euros per annum. I'm therefore confident that we will also achieve our goal of making available $100 billion per annum for international climate action, together with the other industrialized countries.
Wir unterstützen damit die Wälder und
We will use these funds to protect forests and biodiversity, to adapt to climate change, and to reduce CO2 emissions globally,
besonders.
and in particular in the most vulnerable countries.
Das meinen wir mit
That is what we understand by solidarity.
Solidarität steht
And that solidarity is also reflected in the funds on loss and damage caused by climate change.
Dann wurden hier in Dubai die Eckpfeiler
Here in Dubai, the day before yesterday, the cornerstones of this fund were agreed upon by 197 states.
beitragen.
Germany will also contribute to this success. In concrete terms, this means that Germany commits $100 million per annum, $100 million, and our host, the United Arab Emirates, also make available $100 million. For us, it is important that this fund benefits the most vulnerable countries and that as many of us support this fund as possible.
Deren Wohlstand in
For the countries whose prosperity has grown enormously over the last decades and which have contributed to a large extent to today's global emissions also bear responsibility. We need your support too.
Herausforderung gerecht, hier die Welt
Then we will live up to the expectations that the world has of us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. George Niue, President of Liberia. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, heads of states and government, distinguished delegates and participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the government and people of the United Arab Emirates for hosting the United Nations Climate Change Conference, COP28, here in Dubai. I'm also grateful for the warm welcome extended to my delegation since our arrival in the beautiful city of Dubai. As we convene here at COP28, I stand before you in recognition of the unprecedented challenges our world faces today due to climate change. In the wake of COP26 and COP27, the year 2023 has been characterized by record-breaking heat, droughts, flooding, and other disasters caused by climate change, which have occurred with increasing frequency throughout the year. Our shared commitment to the 2015 Paris Agreement demands a candid assessment of our progress. The extraordinary climate shock experienced this year are not only the wake-up call, but a call to actions, urging us to reevaluate the progress we have made so far toward achieving our aspirational goal of limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees centigrade by 2030. If after such review, we conclude that we have not done enough to meet these climate goals, then it is the responsibility of all countries present here at COP28 to adopt an imperative and more realistic agenda to implement and transform key climate-related decisions into concrete actions and credible plans, and increase the level of financial and other commitment on climate change issues, with an aim to fight back climate emergency and promote more coordinated actions to combat climate change. In an address 2 years ago at COP26 in Glasgow, I called attention to the inherent imbalance in the current architecture of climate change financing and suggested that there needs to be a fundamental shift in the way that we tackle this mismatch in climate investment. Today, let me reiterate that major greenhouse gas emitting countries will need to develop new initiatives for emissions reductions and not only fulfill, but significantly increase the financial pledges that they have previously made for funding United Nations climate financing initiatives. At the same time, care should be taken to overhaul and regulate carbon credit financing mechanisms to ensure more transparency and accountability so that they are not used merely as an avenue for high emitters to avoid responsibility for reducing emissions. Vulnerable nations such as Liberia will require more financial support to protect us from the ravages of global warming and climate change. Funding for adaptations and mitigation is crucial, and compensation for the loss and damage already inflicted must be an urgent consideration. Your Excellency, distinguished delegates, and ladies and gentlemen, in our shared stewardship of this global village, let our deliberations at COP28 culminate in resolute decisions and practical initiatives. I challenge each of you to contribute to the preservation of planet Earth, our only home, for the sake of generations yet unborn. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, it is my pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of Burundi. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
I'm much obliged to you, President. Your Highness, President of the United Arab Emirates, Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and of government, Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Praise be to God, who has gathered us safely together in this beautiful city of Dubai to meet on and discuss a subject which is of such importance to us all: climate change, one of the most pressing challenges faced by the world today. I'd like to preface my substantive remarks by thanking the President and people of the United Arab Emirates for the very warm welcome that they have extended to us. We have very much enjoyed their legendary hospitality since our arrival. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, COP28 is a very welcome opportunity for me to join Burundi's voice with those of other nations from around the world in calling for concrete and urgent action to save our planet. Burundi is a green and verdant nation, home to watercourses and lakes, rich in biodiversity, and yet we have suffered full force the climate change impact. can no longer be denied that this is happening. To respond to that reality, Burundi, alongside all other parties to the Paris Agreement, has committed via its NDC to protect the environment, to strengthen resilience to climate change, and to boost food security. This is also interwoven in our national policies, not just in our NDC, and in our vision for Burundi, emerging country by 2040, developed country by 2060. As I think you're well aware, climate change and its fallout doesn't just have an impact on the physical environment, but its impact is also felt in the health of our people. Conscious of this reality, Burundi has taken health measures and included these in its mitigation plan. And I believe we set a record, being the first country to take into account our population's health as a core plank of our mitigation plan, and we were duly recognized as such by the Global Alliance for Climate Change, a trendsetter indeed. Several initiatives have been taken to protect and restore our natural environment, including a vast national reforestation program called Eve Burundi Urambaye, which translates to Forested Burundi. We've also been promoting sustainable agroforestry, tracing of contour lines, and a whole host of other activities involving our people, in particular our security and defense forces and young people. I would like to hail the establishment of the Loss and Damage Fund, which is a key tool to support efforts of least polluting countries such as Burundi to strengthen their resilience to climate change and to better contribute to regulation of the global climate. I'd like to close my remarks by reiterating an appeal for us to come together and pool our efforts to render tangible the words that we pronounce in the form of actual concrete actions. And it is my hope that this COP28 will be the birthplace of reforms that will alleviate access to financing mechanisms, first and foremost by developing countries. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Mia Amoa Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have 180 seconds to address you. And in 180 seconds, we really need to understand what we face. We want to thank all for the progress that we've made so far, whether it is loss and damage, the fund that has been created but really needs now to be properly capitalized, the recognition that loss and damage alone, however, is only a part of the equation, because for every dollar that we spend before disaster, we can save $7 in damage and indeed in loss of lives. The truth is that we are in danger of being sucked in to an international media frenzy that allows us only to capture that which can be captured in a soundbite. Our world is more complex than that, and we continue to need significant funds for adaptation for countries that simply will not be met unless there's a different approach to how we address both the capitalization of the international financial institutions, the commitment of countries, and indeed the recognition that non-state actors and individuals need to come to the table to add to the capitalization. If not, we will not make it possible for countries to access the funds necessary to avoid the damage. We live now in the age of superlatives. And in the age of superlatives, we've seen this year 1/3 of the days of the year exceed 1.5 degrees. In Glasgow, I said this was a death sentence. It is a death sentence for many. And the reality is that unless we change course and adopt the policies that can in fact help mitigate that increase in temperatures, we are going to see far more lives lost and far more damage done. The reality is that the global methane agreement that the world needs to see has not yet come. And while we are seeing countries move towards greater regulation, we need to be able to have concrete action with respect to the controlling of methane, largely because its damage in the near term is far greater than even CO2. Where is it going to be found for the progress to be made and to avoid the tipping point? We need oil and gas companies to agree to fix the leaks in their pipelines and to ensure that they also stop the flaring. The bottom line is that there have been voluntary commitments, but that has not gotten us very far. We need strong regulation and compliance to ensure that we can minimize the extent to which that continues to lead and hurl the world into hotter temperatures. Similarly, we need to make sure that waste management practices as well as farming practices are changed in order to be able to control the level of methane that the world is seeing. The science must be simple. To turn down the heat, you simply have to turn down the methane. And until we accept that, we will go over a tipping point. Secondly, we need to change our attitude towards access to capital. And I'm not going to say, I'm tired saying it. Long-term capital is needed in order to be able to stop us from being able to choose or force us from having to choose between people and planet. The Bridgetown Initiative, the Paris Plan for Action, all of it sets out that these are tipping points that we need to pass. And since I've passed my tipping point for 180 seconds, I've asked the world simply, let us agree to leave here with a global methane agreement, and let us agree that we have not yet fully unraveled what is necessary to turn the opportunities for countries into reality by making long-term capital available. We need new players at the table in terms of the insurance companies and in terms of the credit rating agencies and the bank regulators. If not, we will be speaking to each other and not seeing the level of progress that we need to see with respect to unlocking the financial conundrum that will give countries relief to be able to save each other. I pray that the world will find it possible to restore trust and to allow the multilateral system truly to work, but we need clarity as to where the locus for decision-making must be if these things are to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Kaja Kallas, Prime Minister of Estonia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, there is no other collective effort as demanding as solving the climate crisis. I thank our host, the United Arab Emirates, who is committed to finding climate solutions. We have a clear to-do list to keep the 1.5-degree scenario alive. Estonia strongly supports the Presidency's call for a paradigm shift. We need decisiveness to translate words into action. In Estonia, we already act. We place climate at the center. Our message is the economy must fit into the environmental boundaries. In Estonia, we embrace the twin transition. With the help of modern technology, we align our society, our economy, and mindset with a sustainable future. It is necessary to cut emissions and boost renewable energy at the same time. We must triple renewable energy globally by 2030 and improve energy efficiency while phasing out fossil fuels. I encourage every country to join the pledge. We need both an ambitious negotiation outcome as well as pledges to strengthen national targets. Early signs are promising. We cannot afford to be distracted by the geopolitical scheming of those who use ecocide as a tool of warfare. Earlier this year, Russia destroyed the Novakhovka Dam in Ukraine with no regard for the catastrophic environmental consequences and also endangering the nearby nuclear power plant. Russia's full-scale aggression has a global impact, including to food security. Vast areas of arable land need to be rid of mines and pollution caused by Russia. It's vital we join our efforts not only to reduce the global impact of ecocide, but to help Ukrainians to stop the aggressor and rebuild the country sustainably. Responsible countries come together for our common future, and Estonia wishes to lead by inspiration. Today, digital is enabling our green reform. Estonia's parliament has adopted a new renewable electricity target of 100% by 2030, more than tripling our level of renewables production. We plan to reduce emissions by 80% already by 2035 compared to 1990 levels. It is a bold ambition since until very recently our energy production was dominated by fossil fuels. Bold ambition is necessary, especially now as we take stock of the implementation of the Paris Agreement for the first time. On climate finance, I'm pleased to announce Estonia's contribution of 1.1 million euros. We pledge 1 million to the Green Climate Fund and equal contributions to the UNFCCC Trust Fund for supplementary activities and the new Loss and Damage Fund. Small countries contribute to solving the climate crisis, and this year our public, private and third sector solutions are on no display in our first ever national pavilion. I've not yet spoken about our greatest treasure, young people. The new generation takes climate justice issues into their hearts and their minds. We must believe in them. In the face of climate change, people must be empowered, knowledge and tools need to be shared. You say climate crisis, we say let's act. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Andrej Plenković, Prime Minister of Croatia. You have the floor, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like first to thank the Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the President of the United Arab Emirates, as our really excellent host here in Dubai. Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is with a sense of urgency and a call to action that I address you today on behalf of Croatia, which has experienced record flooding, the most violent and devastating storm in its history, repeated exceptional tides, and the hottest year ever recorded. Unfortunately, the alarms of climate change are ringing louder than ever, every day. And the grim reality is that global warming is accelerating rather than slowing down. Greenhouse gas emissions continue to rise when it is urgent that they decrease. For the first time in the history of humankind, on November 17th, we exceeded the symbolic threshold of 2% of global warming since the beginning of the industrial era. Not so long ago, this seemed unthinkable. This is a clear warning that we must do much more to curb climate change. However, we are doing the opposite. Half of the cumulative CO2 emissions emitted over the past 2 centuries have been emitted over the past 3 decades, and they continue to grow. It is now clear that the initial goal set by the Paris Agreement to keep global warming below 1.5% Celsius is no longer within our reach. Without a radical breakthrough, the cumulative emissions inevitably leading to a 2% warming will be reached in 2 decades. This means that we have very little time left to act. Worse yet, efforts must now be intensified to stay below 2%, and the challenge already seems monumental. But this is nothing compared to the consequences that such warming would cause if we did not prevent it. Scientists are unanimous. It would cause migrations on an unprecedented scale, disrupt the political and economic stability of the world, and threaten biodiversity, food security, and world peace. We must do everything to avoid such a catastrophic scenario, which requires our collective action. Croatia distinguishes itself within the European Union, with our 5th rank for electricity production from renewable sources and our 8th rank for gross energy consumption from renewable sources. We have demonstrated our commitment to a sustainable future. Our 12th position worldwide in implementing the Sustainable Development Goals reflects our determination to integrate sustainable growth into our national priorities. We have taken significant steps by introducing environmental management in public administration and incorporating eco-friendly criteria in our green public procurement. Croatia's carbon pricing has already led to a 43% reduction in CO2 emissions, and we are extending the emission trading systems to the transport and construction sectors. As the 18th global tourist destination, we strongly advocate for sustainable tourism. Innovative legislation is underway, giving more consideration to the interests of local communities and providing them with tools to mitigate the impact of tourism on the environment. Clean energy is the future. With substantial geothermal potential, Croatia is preparing numerous projects that will serve as renewable, stable, and independent sources of electricity production. The DONES project, a joint effort of Croatia and Spain, explores ways to harness fusion, a clear nuclear energy akin to the power that fuels the sun within a few decades. Croatia is participating in the Hydrogen Valley project, which brings together several countries in the northern Adriatic region. Aimed at enhancing cooperation in research and innovation, this flagship initiative aspires to develop a green hydrogen supply chain, where Croatia aims to play a significant regional role in the future. Even if Croatia is not a big polluter, we aspire to redouble our efforts because the future of our children is at stake. If Croatia, which recovered from a devastating war 3 decades ago, can now do more than its share, it would be to the credit of the largest and the richest nations not to do less. This is all the more important when we know that the richest 10% are responsible for half of CO2 emissions, while the poorest half of humanity only generates 8% of emissions. More than ever, we must act without delay and in proportion to our impact on global warming. Croatia is determined to play its full part as a reliable partner within the COP Convention. Thank you very much for your attention and all the best.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Mark Brown, Prime Minister of Cook Islands. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Your Honor, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to our generous hosts, the United Arab Emirates. The remarkable hospitality that we have experienced reflects the collaborative spirit we desperately need to address the pressing threats of climate change, a threat to our very security and way of life. I will focus my remarks on 3 critical issues. First, the urgent need for a robust, first, global stocktake. This stocktake must starkly outline our current shortcomings in global climate action and offer viable solutions. The blunt findings of the 6th IPCC assessment report are grim. Our present efforts fall drastically short of meeting the Paris Agreement goals. Climate change is not a looming threat. It is our daily reality in the Pacific. We still have a chance to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees, but only through immediate, decisive action. Secondly, the issue of climate finance. To put it plainly, the world must fulfill its financial commitments. It is as simple as that. In 2022, last year, the IMF reported that $7 trillion was spent on fossil fuel subsidies. Yet the global commitment to $100 billion per year to the Paris Agreement continues to struggle for fulfillment. A mere reallocation of $1.50 from every $100 spent on fossil fuel subsidies could easily finance this commitment. In today's economic climate, The previously agreed upon $100 billion per year is now merely a starting point. To effectively alter our current trajectory, the need for enhanced support is not just immediate, but overdue. In that vein, reforming international financial institutions to facilitate accessible climate finance without exacerbating debt is critical. I therefore commend the efforts like those of the Asian Development Bank in initiating new financing modalities, offering more accessible terms for high-income countries like the Cook Islands. 40-year loans with 10-year grace periods at 1% interest mark a significant start to essential financial reforms. I urge others to adopt the example of the ADB. Small island developing states like the Cook Islands did not create this climate disaster. We shouldn't have to pay the heavy price for protecting ourselves from its impacts. Hence, simplifying access to climate finance is imperative for swift and effective action. Despite substantial commitments to the high-level GCF replenishment, accessing such funds remains a daunting task for many nations. Last month, Pacific leaders under the Cook Islands chairmanship endorsed the Pacific Resilience Facility at our 52nd annual forum. This facility was born out of necessity to address the unique needs of the Pacific, especially for adaptation. In that vein, I express the gratitude of the substantial initial seeding of $50 million by the government of Saudi Arabia, and also contributions from those from the United States and the People's Republic of China and Australia toward this Pacific Fund. These generous contributions demonstrate a growing and much-needed commitment to Pacific nations. We therefore call on the remaining G20 nations to join their fellow members in contributing to the Pacific Resilience Facility. My final point speaks directly to this conference's theme, inclusivity. We must adopt a new mindset, as urged by our COP28 president, embracing bold and innovative solutions to meet the challenges of reducing carbon emissions. In this spirit, I refer to the Critical Minerals Program of the Cook Islands. Guided by the best available science and the full adoption of the precautionary principle, my people are exploring the potential of critical metal supply from our ocean minerals, not as an act of defiance, but as a commitment to find solutions. We urge the world not to fear the unknown, but to join us fearlessly in the pursuit of science and knowledge to strengthen the global energy transition. Through collaboration, we can protect our environment while meeting our development and climate action needs, ensuring that no one is left behind. I invite global leaders and partners to join us in these vital initiatives, bringing constructive and material support to the Pacific in this context. I congratulate the United Arab Emirates on its new $30 billion fund for global climate solutions, seeing it as a promising resource for furthering shared goals in our climate journey. Excellencies, consider the plight of those on the front lines of an environmental war that we did not initiate. Ask ourselves, what if this were my home? What if this were my family? How would you act? The Pacific, constantly under siege from sea level rise and extreme weather events, is a testament to the global implications of climate inaction. Respect, commitment, and shared humanity must be the cornerstones of our actions, propelling us towards a successful outcome at COP28. For the Cook Islands and my fellow small island nations, success at COP28 is 1.5 degrees. There is no alternative credible path. COP28 is now our best opportunity to bring our world back on course towards a sustainable, resilient, and just future. Our actions today will determine the legacy we leave for our future generations, and the Cook Islands is ready to unite, act, and deliver on our collective mission here at COP28. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Klaus Werner Johannes, President of Romania. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Thank you so much, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We are all aware that the current global emissions reductions fall short of the goal of the Paris Agreement. Climate change is intensifying and its effects as well. We are facing day by day greater and more complex challenges, but our focus on the environment must be maintained. We need to enhance our climate ambition and swiftly accelerate the implementation of climate commitments already taken. Romania has some of the lowest emissions per capita in the European Union and holds a firm commitment to accelerate mitigation measures. We aim at reducing our emissions with roughly 80% from 1990 levels by 2030 and move afterwards at a fast pace towards climate neutrality. Romania's national energy mix will consist of 86% renewable energy by 2050 at the latest, completed by low-carbon energy such as nuclear. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to also acknowledge the synergies between climate action, education, and developing green skills. For example, the REPowerEU program brings nationally 2 billion euros in investments for renewable energy and green skills development. The vast majority of Romanian youth finds learning about climate change in school essential to their engagement in climate action. Therefore, climate and environmental education is becoming more and more important in the Romanian school curricula. Excellencies, climate action is an important pillar of our diplomatic engagement with regional and global partners. Climate education, biodiversity protection, climate-resilient food production, and low-carbon energy generation are at the core of the Romanian climate diplomacy. We are keen on advancing projects on these areas with like-minded partners. Romania is also very engaged with global partners, including from Africa, the Middle East, and Latin America, to facilitate training and know-how sharing on managing emergency situations and implementing early warning systems. These areas are growing in importance in the context of the devastating effects of climate change. I will conclude my intervention with a call to ambitious engagement and to action for our planet and for the well-being of all our citizens, present and future generations. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now it is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, Prime Minister of Greece. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Thank you. Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence of the climate crisis has never been clearer. Equally, the benefits of a faster transition to a net zero economy have never been more obvious. Greece embodies this dichotomy probably better than many countries. In just a few weeks, we experienced forest fires that burned over 1% of our landmass and rains that brought more water in a single day than most places receive in a year, causing unprecedented floods. And yet, alongside this climate devastation, a new Greece is emerging. We have cut our coal use by over 80%. We are growing our economy at a much faster pace than the Eurozone average while reducing emissions. In total, our emissions are down by 43% from 2005 as we turn increasingly to renewable energy. This is one of the best performances of any European country. Last year, our penetration of wind and solar was the 7th highest in the world, and our installed capacity was the 5th highest on a per capita basis. The wind and sun now generate over half of our electricity, and they shield us from the energy crisis that Russia caused when it invaded Ukraine. The environmental, economic, but also geopolitical benefits of a rapid transition to renewable energy have never been more obvious. We are renovating our homes and our offices at an unprecedented rate. We are building a carbon capture and storage value chain for our heavy industry. Our islands are laboratories of cutting-edge sustainability practices. And as a world leader in maritime transportation, we take very seriously the responsibility of decarbonizing shipping, as long as we preserve our competitiveness and ensure a global level playing field. And we will soon harness one of our greatest untapped potential, offshore wind, and in particular, the winds of the Aegean Sea, an energy source that will literally redraw the energy map of the region. Our investments in energy come alongside our focus on resilience. Our early warning system, the 112 number, has proven to be a lifesaver. One message can literally mean the difference between life and death. And we need more such cost-effective and scalable technologies. Our societies are not prepared for the climate crisis that is already with us. We must devote more resources to resilience. The adaptation gap is as important as the emissions gap. And Europe has an important role to play in that direction. As we build the future, we cannot forget the past. We must ensure a just transition for the communities that got us here. And we have a responsibility to our shared cultural heritage, to protect endangered monuments from the wrath of climate change. And in doing so, I firmly believe that we will discover ancient wisdom, how to build, grow, and thrive in harmony with nature. This wisdom will come from every corner of the earth. We have so much to learn from one another and from our ancestors. And this challenge is as much about artificial intelligence as it is about ancestral intelligence. Dear colleagues, our challenge is immense, but we cannot not minimize the progress that we have made. Let us instead draw strength from it as we step into the next and most important part of our common journey together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to invite Her Excellency Ms. Katrín Jakobsdóttir, Prime Minister of Iceland. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. As we gather here at COP28, we must recognize that we face serious threats of irreversible change. We must stick to our goal to limit temperature increase to 1.5 degrees. Iceland welcomes the synthesis report by the IPCC and strongly supports its guidance on effective climate action. We have moved dangerously close to the 1.5-degree target as we take stock of the Paris Agreement. The good news is that we are seeing a burst of climate action in many countries and economic sectors, including a record investment in renewable energy. The price of green technologies is going down. All this is positive. However, the bad news is that progress is too slow. We need to do more to cut emissions, a lot more. We need to accelerate a clean energy transition, scale up green solutions, increase nature-based solutions, and make sure that those who pollute pay. But we also need to do less. Our economic systems are focused on maximizing production and consumption rather than sustainability and well-being, and this needs to change. Transitioning into clean and sustainable energy is critical for the health of our Earth, and Iceland supports the phasing out of fossil fuels. And subsidies of fossil fuels need to end. We should not burn public money to cook the planet. Instead, we should scale up support for clean solutions and just transition. We need to improve our food systems, alleviate hunger, improve nutrition and lower carbon emissions of food production, especially in developed countries. Blue food from the ocean has great potential in providing quality nutrition with a low carbon footprint. Iceland maybe does not count among the world's biggest emitters, but small states have a role to play. And Iceland has a role to play, not least in advancing green solutions from geothermal utilization to carbon mineralization. Iceland has put into legislation to become carbon neutral no later than 2040. My government will not issue licenses for oil exploration in Icelandic waters. We are implementing a legislation on the circular economy. We have set ourselves ambitious climate goals, including working on decarbonizing all major sectors. Climate action is central to Iceland's international development cooperation policy and will feature even more prominently in our plan for the next 4 years. My government is committed to mobilizing increased funding to climate financing, and we are proud to take part in the establishment of the new fund for loss and damage. Our contribution to begin with will be $600,000. We will also raise contributions to the Green Climate Fund and the Adaptation Fund. The global community needs to concentrate on the perils of climate change and environmental degradation. The right to a healthy and sustainable environment is a human right, and we need to base all our actions on that ground. Let us focus our minds at this important meeting with its global stocktake and give a clear message that we will do what it takes to save our planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Antonio Costa, Prime Minister of Portugal. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Mr. President, the ambition of a common goal of COP28 couldn't be more pressing. We are demanded immediate action to avoid a climate catastrophe. Portugal is determined to reach Paris Agreement goals, and I would like here to launch that we are taking on more ambitious goals. As of now, bringing forward in 5 years by 2045 our goal to reach carbon neutrality. But in order to meet our long-term goals, we need short and medium-term actions. Portugal broke a new record for 1 month ago. For 6 consecutive days, her whole electricity consumed was sourced in renewable. This success doesn't diminish our ambition. We want to accelerate the transition to renewable energies. By 2030, we are going to multiply it by more than 2.5 times the installed capacity of renewables. 85% of the power generation will be sourced in renewables, and we will become leaders in floating offshore market. The experience of Portugal shows that the fight against climate change is, before all, an opportunity. the investment into renewables was a guarantee of stability when Ukraine's invasion by Russia has shaken energy safety in Europe. In Portugal, climate transition will, above all, represent an enormous opportunity. An opportunity for research, development, towards innovation. An opportunity of investment, most of them already engaged, of an amount of 85 billion euros in the next 2 decades, around 35% of our GDP. Investing into solar and offshore wind, but also in green hydrogen and remaining renewable gases, biofuels, synthetic fuels, appreciation of the lithium and developing its industrial sector. And still, into a new industry that green energy is promoting electrical mobility thanks to green steel. These investments are an opportunity to create better and more jobs. It's an opportunity for Portugal to become a bridge towards green industry within the European Union. But it's crucial that the energy transition is fair and doesn't leave anyone behind. It's for us a central question and a challenge we have already been facing with the closing of our last coal plants in 2021. Transition doesn't need to mean energy poverty. It needs to be a way to eradicate it. With this goal, we have approved the national strategy long-term to combat energy poverty 2023-2050. Portugal is going to invest more than 60 million euros for this, 160 million euros for this partnership. We signed with Cabo Verde and Sao Tome and Principe innovative compromise to convert debt into climate finance. By 2025, we will convert 15.5 million euros into climate fund and environmental fund for SIDS. And by 2025, we believe that the positive assessment of this first step will allow us to broaden this conversion into investment of the whole debt of Cabo Verde and Sao Tome and Principe. This year, we've also increased the budget for international cooperation. We have quadruplicated our compromise with the Green Climate Fund, and we are able to announce that we'll contribute with 5 million euros for the loss and damage fund for climate. There is no climate action without ocean action. The climate-ocean nexus is pivotal in our strategy. We've brought forward to 2026 the goal of legally protect 30% of our marine areas, and we created the first protected marine area in Recife, Algarve, in continental Portuguese, and we want to duplicate the number of startups connected to ocean. We're developing a climate observatory of the Atlantic, and we are connected to blue economy. As a conclusion, I would like to stress the importance of environmental protection. This year, we've already reached the objective of a legal protection of 30% of our land territory. We are committed to reform our forests in order to prevent structural risk of wildfires. Over the years, we have triplicated the investment in wildfire management as a clear priority towards prevention. And last week, we approved the institution of the voluntary carbon market in order to promote investment from the private sector to accelerate mitigation action. Excellencies, to reverse a trajectory which will take our planet to breakdown, demands a swifter, more concrete, and more ambitious action as asked by Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres. We often hear there is no Planet B, but the Planet B preceded us. The planet preceded us, but possibly will not outlive us, but all mankind will not outlive the planet. There is no mankind B. But we, for our children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren, we need to act today, now. That's why Portugal is a partner in this transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Rumen Georgiev Radev, the President of Bulgaria. You have the floor, Excellency.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me first express my gratitude to the United Arab Emirates for hosting this year's conference, and congratulations on your National Day. Once exceptional, extreme weather events like wildfires, floods, storms, and droughts that are now occurring with increased frequency demand decisive actions. Therefore, we expect COP28 to streamline the political guidance, especially on the global stocktake, resulting from the high-level events and intense negotiations that will shape our collective commitment to climate action. Rising to the challenge of climate change requires a holistic approach to accelerate the transition towards sustainable, low-carbon economic models. Bulgaria has experienced significant economic growth and transformation in recent decades. Presently, our greenhouse gas emissions have decreased by more than 50% compared to base year, one of the biggest reductions in Europe. Today, however, the efforts to climate neutral transition should go far beyond emissions targets. Our main challenge is to guarantee the sustainability of this transformation without compromising the standard and quality of life of our citizens and the competitiveness of our economies. Overcoming this challenge requires systematic, innovative approach and harnessing the latest technology achievements. Examples of innovative technologies for decarbonization can be seen at the Bulgarian Pavilion during this conference. Furthermore, to drive the transition responsibility, we must ensure that our education, health, social and economic systems are adapted to protect the most vulnerable, which is especially relevant for children. In that respect, let me highlight that Bulgaria is one of the first signatories in Europe of the Declaration on Children, Youth and Climate. To promote the fulfillment of children's right to a healthy environment. Mr. President, one of the expected outcomes of COP29 is to figure out the COP29 presidency. Facing an unprecedented deadlock in the Eastern European group, Bulgaria, as one of the candidate countries, has been extremely constructive and proactively seeking for compromise in the process. We will continue with this responsible approach to find a solution towards a smooth transition between COP28 and COP29. In conclusion, I would like to assure you that my country remains actively engaged in advancing our climate agenda, and we will work with other parties towards a sound, positive outcome of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I would like to kindly remind all that the speech should be 3 minutes. Thank you. And now it is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Jonas Gahr Støre, Prime Minister of Norway.
Madam President, we are in Dubai to carve out a clear way forward for a 1.5 target and climate resilience. Energy transition is the linchpin of a roadmap for ambition and action. We must join forces behind collective commitment to phase out use of unabated fossil fuels. And phasing out means also rapidly phasing in renewables. Norway supports a call for global tripling of renewables and doubling of energy efficiency by 2030, at a speed and scale to achieve global peaking of greenhouse gas emissions by 2025. This transition must include all and leave no one behind. Norway has joined the Powering Past Coal Alliance and the Clean Energy Transition Partnership for this COP, Madam President. Decarbonization requires a scale-up of technologies and solutions, as well as the creation of new technologies and new solutions, and they need to be well coordinated. In Norway, almost all new sold cars are now electric. Innovative maritime industry and forward-looking policies have resulted in 200 low and zero-emission ships in our waters. The transition is happening. This is the beginning, and we will expand zero-emission shipping nationally as well as globally with our Green Shipping Initiative here at the COP. Carbon capture and storage is a necessary tool for decarbonizing hard-to-abate sectors. Norway is moving ahead on technology development and piloting full-scale solutions for carbon capture and storage, demonstrating that this technology can be carried out safely and permanently. And then, Madam President, climate change mitigation and nature conservation are linked together. We must protect nature. Today, we are witnessing outstanding political leadership in forest preservation and protection from Brazil, Indonesia, Colombia, and others. COP28 must give tropical forest nations assurances that the world will support their work. And I can assure you, Norway remains a predictable partner. Madam President, last year, Norway met its target of doubling climate finance, providing a total of 15.5 billion Norwegian crowns. We are committing to triple our contribution to adaptation finance by 2026. Devastation effects of climate change are already evident. I salute the President of the COP for having reached agreement on a loss and fund, which is now being created and agreed upon at this summit. Norway will do its part, and I am pleased to announce that we will be contributing to funding arrangement for loss and damage, and I'm pleased to announce a contribution of $25 million from Norway to this end in 2024. Madam President, we are now at the midway point between Paris and 2030. Had it not been for Paris, we would have had much greater challenge, but there is still a long way to go. Let us together ensure that COP25 concludes with a roadmap to 1.5 and climate resilience. There is no time to lose. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now it is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Xavier Espot Zamora, Prime Minister of Andorra. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madame la Présidente, Excellences.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. This year, my country is celebrating its 30th anniversary of becoming a member of the United Nations. Over the past 3 decades, we have made climate action one of our priorities. It is Andorra's desire to play an active role in promoting transparency and responsibility in climate action. For this reason, we have already published and submitted 4 biennial update reports, and we are one of the first countries to have submitted the first biennial transparency report under the enhanced transparency mechanism or framework. Andorra has approved an update to its NDC and has stepped up its objective to reduce emissions by 2030. This is in compliance with the objective embodied in the Glasgow Climate Pact, which seeks to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 55% prior to 2030. For our country, the gradual decarbonisation of the economy is an imperative. Our objective is thus to scale up national electricity generation while ensuring that the percent of renewable energy will not fall short of 75%. Madam President, Andorra is a mountainous country and is exposed to climate change. Never before has an issue aroused such consensus, and this consensus has enabled us to set up a robust framework for action and continuity. The Andorran Parliament unanimously approved the law on the energy transition and climate change. This is the requisite legal framework to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to reach carbon neutrality in 2050. The establishment of a carbon price at 30 euros per tonne has enabled us to set up a green fund which is fully destined towards making progress towards sustainable mobility with the introduction of free public transport. This fund also finances programs in support of energy efficiency, the installation of renewable energy sources in buildings, and the purchase of electric vehicles. Madam President, mountainous ecosystems such as ours have been identified by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change as being among the most vulnerable ecosystems to climate change. It is henceforth understood that the higher the altitude, the more perceptible the effects of climate change. Mountainous areas are the reservoirs of our planet and are rich yet very fragile areas of biodiversity. In spite of the precious ecosystem services provided, mountains are yet to be accorded the appropriate level of attention in processes within the UN. They are chronically underrepresented in the global observation system. Mountains must therefore become a priority as part of global action. And this is the reason why we have worked over recent months to emphasize the vulnerability of mountains and to ensure that they have their rightful place in the global agenda. We will continue to do so because when it comes to those among us who live in mountainous regions or who depend on mountainous regions, we also need to have a future. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure now to welcome His Eminence, Cardinal Pietro Parolin, Secretary of State of the Holy See. Your Eminence, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. I am going to read an extract of the address that Pope Francis was to deliver here, which will then be published in full. Mr. President, distinguished heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, sadly, I am unable to be present with you as I had greatly desired. Now, more than ever, the future of us all depends on the present that we now choose. The destruction of the environment is an offense against God, a sin that is not only personal but also structural, one that greatly endangers all human beings, especially the most vulnerable in our midst, and threatens to unleash a conflict between generations. We must answer now these questions. Are we working for a culture of life or a culture of death? To all of you, I make this heartfelt appeal. Let us choose life. Let us choose the future. Yet, a world completely connected like ours today should not be unconnected by those who govern it, with international negotiations that cannot make significant progress due to positions taken by countries which place their national interests above the global common good. Particularly striking in this regard are the attempts made to shift the blame onto the poor and high birth rates. It is not the fault of the poor, since the almost half of our world that is more needy is responsible for scarcely 10% of greenhouse gas emissions, while the gap between the opulent few and the masses of the poor has never been so abysmal. The poor are the real victims of what is happening. We need to think only of the plight of indigenous peoples, deforestation, the tragedies of hunger, water and food insecurity, and forced migration. Birds are not a problem, but a resource. They are not opposed to life, but for life, whereas certain ideological and utilitarian models now being imposed with a velvet glove on families and peoples constitute real forms of colonization. The development of many countries already burdened by grave economic debt should not be penalized. Instead, we should consider the footprint of a few nations responsible for a deeply troubling ecological debt towards many others. It would only be fair to find suitable means of remitting the financial debts that burden different peoples, not least in light of the ecological debt that they are owed. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to speak to you as brothers and sisters in the name of the common home in which we live, and to ask these questions. What is the way out of this? It is the one that you are pursuing in these days, the way of togetherness, multilateralism. It is essential to rebuild trust, which is the foundation of multilateralism. This is true in the case of care for creation, but also that of peace. These are the most urgent issues, and they are closely linked. How much energy is humanity wasting on the numerous wars presently in course? How many resources have been squandered on weaponry that destroys lives or devastates our common home? Once more, I present this proposal. With the money spent on weapons and other military expenditure, let us establish a global fund that can finally put an end to hunger and carry out works for the sustainable development of the poorer countries and for combating climate change. It is up to this generation to heed the cry of peoples, the young and children, and to lay the foundations of a new multilateralism. Why not begin precisely for our common home? Climate change signals the need for a political change. Let us emerge from the narrowness of self-interest and nationalism. These are approaches belonging to the past. Let us join in embracing an alternative vision. This will help to bring about an ecological conversion, for there are no lasting changes without cultural changes. In this regard, I would assure you of the commitment and support of the Catholic Church, which is deeply engaged in the work of education and of encouraging participation by all, as well as in promoting sound lifestyles, since all are responsible and the contribution of each is fundamental. Brothers and sisters, it is essential that there be a breakthrough that is not a partial change of course, but rather a new way of making progress together. May this COP prove to be a turning point, demonstrating a clear and tangible political will that can lead to a decisive acceleration of ecological transition through means that meet three requirements. They must be efficient, obligatory, and readily monitored, and achieved in four sectors: energy efficiency, renewable resources, the elimination of fossil fuels, and education in lifestyles that are less dependent on the latter. Please, let us move forward and not turn back. You are responsible for crafting policies that can provide concrete and cohesive responses, and in this way demonstrate the nobility of your role and the dignity of the service that you carry out. In the end, the purpose of power is to serve. It is useless to cling to an authority that will one day be remembered for its inability to take action when it was urgent and necessary to do so. History will be grateful to you. May the year 2044 mark the breakthrough. I like to think that a good omen can be found in an event that took place in 1224. In that year, Francis of Assisi composed his Canticle of the Creatures. By then, Francis was completely blind, and after a night of physical sufferings, his spirits were elevated by a mystical experience. He then turned to praise the Most High for all those creatures that he could no longer see, but knew that they were his brothers and sisters, since they came forth from the same Father. Shortly thereafter, he praised God for those who forgive. I too, who bear the name Francis, with the heartfelt urgency of a prayer, want to leave you with this message. Let us leave behind our divisions and unite our forces. And with God's help, let us emerge from the dark night of wars and environmental devastation in order to turn our common future into the dawn of a new and radiant day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Eminence. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Pushpa Kamal Dahal Prachanda, Prime Minister of Nepal. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. At the outset, I congratulate the presidency of this COP28 for hosting this conference and thank the government of UAE for extending a warm hospitality to my delegation. Madam President, I bring the message of 30 million Nepali people to this conference. Our message is clear. Mountains are tortured by rising temperature. Save them first. I am deeply concerned about the finding of the recent IPCC report that states climate-induced disaster-breaking records in the Himalayas. We have already lost 1/3 of our glaciers, and scientists have warned that we are going to lose another 1/3 by the end of this century. This is a wake-up call to all of us. The Himalayas are foundation of human civilization, ecosystem, and biodiversity. They are providing global services to the people and the planet and are the source of livelihood for billions of people downstream. Madam President, Nepal is bearing a direct, disproportionate, the damaging effect of climate change despite near zero contribution to global emissions. Due to an appalling injustice inflicted on us, our people are severely affected by climate-induced disasters such as landslide, floods, wildfire, glacier lake outburst, drought, etc. This is an utter injustice. This must stop now. In his opening remarks yesterday, the United Nations Secretary General said, and I quote, "Just days ago, I was on the melting ice of Antarctica. Not long ago, I was among the melting glaciers of Nepal. These two spots are far in distance, but united in the crisis," unquote. Similarly, in his recent visit to Nepal, he said further, and I quote, "Stop war against the nature," unquote. This was his reaction after having witnessed the disastrous impact of climate change in the mountains. Indeed, it is a war against nature as well as humanity. We are waging war with ourselves and the future generation only to satisfy our short-sighted and self-serving interest. So, I stand here for climate justice for my innocent people who are sheer victims of this catastrophe. Madam President, recently I unveiled the National Adaptation Plan and NDC implementation guideline with clear roadmap and strategies. Nepal is fully committed to the Paris Agreement. We are committed to achieving a net zero greenhouse gas emission by 2045, 5 years earlier than the global target. We will fully utilize our hydropower potential to secure the clean energy and maintain 45% forest covered land. However, our attempts to implement climate change adaptation and mitigation plans are facing serious financial and technological gaps. LDCs are more vulnerable to the impact of the climate change and are in desperate need of financial and technological support. As the chair of the LDCs, I urge the developed economies and international community for more predictable, adequate, and equitable resource and technologies for LDCs. Countries like Nepal are left behind to live on their own fate. Therefore, I want to reiterate the following points. Number one, developed countries' pledges and action do not correspond with each other. They must raise their ambitions and fulfill their commitment urgently. Number two, they must scale up climate finance to make up for the $100 billion shortfall and double the adaptation finance by 2025. And ensure fair financial arrangement without condition, constraint, and compliance. Third, we demand grants as our justice to address this crisis. The loss and damage fund must be predictable, simplified, and adequate for LDCs and mountainous countries. The GST report must give a clear roadmap to all, and we must act in solidarity with urgency. Number six, finally, I strongly recommend the necessity of initiating a dialogue on mountain and climate change. I wish a grand success of this conference. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I would kindly like to remind the speakers to hold their speech within 3 minutes. And now it's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Petr Fiala, Prime Minister of Czechia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me thank the United Arab Emirates for hosting this critical conference. Climate change is one of the biggest global challenges of our time. Risks linked to it affect everyone, but some regions face higher dangers than others. Our partners across the board deal with serious challenges, from extreme weather to lack of water, which I saw during my visit to Africa last month. This is why we support the UN Secretary General's early warnings for all. It is a bold vision. It says that everyone should be protected from weather, water, or climate hazards by 2027. By the same year, Czechia is ready to give $4 million for the activities of the Green Climate Fund. It will help developing countries to face climate change and adapt to its impacts. My country supports the Paris Agreement of the EU climate and energy goals, including the goal of carbon-neutral economy by 2050. We are taking steps to stop coal for electricity and heating by 2033. In part, this can be achieved by renovating buildings and developing renewable energy sources. But I want to be clear that the success of our wider climate goals is fundamentally dependent on nuclear energy. This is a good thing. Nuclear power is both reliable and clean, so we should use its benefits. One way is the development of a new generation of modular reactors. A global nuclear renaissance can be an effective solution for our challenges. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, there are many links between the environment, sustainable living conditions, and the global peace. We cannot have one without another. We should keep that in mind when we try to solve global problems and when we help people out of poverty and adapt to climate change. As a top priority, we must always collaborate internationally, and we must innovate and research for a better life for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Robert Abela, Prime Minister of Malta. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Excellencies, colleagues, distinguished guests, and more importantly of all, dear friends. Allow me to start by thanking and also congratulating the leadership of the United Arab Emirates for the COP28's impeccable organization and also for the ambitious outcomes the COP presidency aims to achieve. Science has always been very clear, but today we are not just dealing about possible shocking events. Today, we are dealing with an alarming reality that some of us have been going through, particularly coming from a country within the Mediterranean basin like Malta, who have experienced one of the most challenging summers in history. It was during the COP21 in Paris that the momentum for putting a cap of not more than 1.5 degrees Celsius increase in temperature was set. This is no mean feat, but by acting seriously together, we can achieve the ambitious targets that we have set. Malta is one of the smallest islands in the world, with an area of around 316 square kilometers. Potentially, it can be one of the worst hit too. Being small does not mean that we should do less. We understand the challenges in front of us, and the responsibility that we have. That's why we are punching far above our weight. Being a European Union member state, we are working hard to achieve a 55% emission reduction by 2030 as compared to 1990 levels. Malta has also achieved a lot in these past years, but we want to be more ambitious and to do much more. Having the lowest gross emission per capita among the EU member states means that our efforts need to be sturdier. In the past 10 years, we have managed to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions from the energy sector by 60%. We have increased our renewable energy share from 10 megawatts in 2012 to 230 megawatts in 2021. However, that is not enough. We want and we will do more with ambitious projects in the pipeline. Our onshore area, true, is quite limited. Our offshore potential, however, is immense. This does not come without its own challenges, particularly when it comes to the bathymetry around our islands. But challenges make us push and work harder. Saying that we want to be climate neutral by 2050 is a conviction we are working hard on. We are committed more than ever in having the first global stocktake during COP28 that can truly help us achieve the systematic changes we need to reach our ambitions. Change requires reforms, particularly when it comes to unlocking private financial investments to achieve climate neutrality and to make sure that we channel the right financial flows through global economic systems, ensuring accessibility by the most vulnerable states. We will always walk the talk. Nationally, our very own water utility company has been one of the very first European utility companies to issue green bonds for retail investors. Internationally, in the past 4 years, Malta has doubled its contribution to the Green Climate Fund twice. Today, 17% of our overseas development aid is earmarked for capacity building in adaptation to climate change. As a small island state, as a leader of a small island state, I have a clear appeal to all. Sea level rise is a reality and should be considered as a global security threat. It implies that no state should lose any of its rights because of sea level rise. We will continue emphasizing this message as champions of the coalition on addressing sea level rise and existential threats. Through our Island for Islands initiative, we will continue supporting SIDS and we will continue our leadership position in promoting the nexus between climate change and health. We are extremely satisfied to see many parties joining this important initiative. It always seems impossible until it's done, had stated Nelson Mandela. And there is no better time than today for such an important statement. Let's join forces and enable humanity to reverse this existential threat. On a final note, Madam President, please allow me to also congratulate the United Arab Emirates for celebrating today its National Day. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now Her Excellency Ms. Giorgia Meloni, President of the Council of Ministers of Italy. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Dear colleagues, dear guests, this summit for which I thank the leadership of the United Arab Emirates is a key moment in our efforts to contain global temperature rise to within 1.5 Celsius. We have reached the first global stocktake, and while there are reasons to be optimistic, the goal remains far off. COP28 must be a turning point. We are called upon to set a clear direction and enact concrete actions, reasonable but concrete, such as tripling the world's renewable energy generation capacity by 2030 and doubling the global rate of annual energy efficiency improvements, as also outlined by the presidency. Italy is doing its part in the decarbonization process, and it does it in a pragmatic way. That means with a technology-neutral approach, free from unnecessary radicalism. My idea is that if we want to be effective, if we want environmental sustainability that does not compromise the economic and social sphere, what we must pursue is an ecological transition and not an ideological one. We are gradually replacing coal-fired power generation with renewables. We have adopted a new energy and climate plan, and we are investing resources and attention on biofuels, so much so that we are among the founders of the Global Biofuels Alliance. In the European context, we have charted a path to carbon neutrality by 2050 and to reduce emissions by at least 55% by 2030. But we are also committed to ensuring through the EU Fit for 55 program a multi-sectoral approach that strengthens labor markets and mitigates the impact on our citizens. And this is an essential point, because if we think that the green transition can result in unbearable costs, particularly for the most vulnerable, we condemn it to failure. Italy intends to direct an extremely significant share of the Italian Climate Fund, whose overall endowment is €4 billion, to the African continent. Not, however, through a charitable approach, because Africa does not need charity. It needs to be put in the condition to compete on an equal footing in order to grow and prosper thanks to the multitude of resources that the continent possesses. A cooperation between equals, rejecting paternalistic and predatory approaches. Energy is one of the cornerstones of the Mattei Plan for Africa, the cooperation and development plan on which Italy is working with great determination to build mutually beneficial partnerships and support the energy security of Africa and Mediterranean nations. And we are also, in this way, working towards becoming a strategic hub for clean energy by developing the necessary infrastructure and generation capacity in our homeland and in the Mediterranean. After the Rome Conference on Development and Migration, 2 new financial instruments were established to address the root causes of migration, combat human traffickers, guarantee the right not to emigrate. And we will continue to support the Green Climate Fund also in the next cycle. And as I have already announced it yesterday, we will contribute with €100 million to the new Loss and Damage Fund, strongly pursued by the Emirates presidency. And all these priorities will also be at the heart of Italy's G7 presidency in 2024. I want to thank, in conclusion, the Emirati Chair, Sultan Al Jaber, and express my congratulations for a COP28 of absolute success. We're all aware, colleagues, that many of the efforts that we are making today will likely produce visible results when many of us no longer have roles of responsibility. But doing it anyway, not for ourselves, but for those who come after us, defines the value of our leadership As Warren Buffett wrote, there is someone sitting in the shade today because someone else planted a tree long ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Hussein Al-Arnous, Prime Minister of Syrian Arab Republic. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegation, Mr. President, I would like to extend heartfelt thanks and congratulations to the UAE for the excellent organization of this COP28 and for the warm hospitality. I would also like to thank the Secretariat of the UNFCCC for efforts expended in organizing this important conference. Syria has engaged seriously in global efforts to address, mitigate, and adapt to climate change. It is time to work seriously to advance climate action and to accelerate emissions reduction through energy transition, and also through using land sustainably and in an integrated manner. It is time to transition to sustainable food systems and to operationalize systems to limit loss and damage and to fulfill obligations. Financing is the cornerstone of climate change, as mitigation, adaptation, addressing and limiting loss and damage, climate change all need adequate finance. Distinguished guests, Syria suffers from the impact of climate change. This is evident in the declining rainfall and the rise in dust storms and heat waves, which aggravated desertification, disrupted rainfall distribution, and triggered flash floods and heat waves. The consequences of the terrorist war against the environment in Syria aggravates these effects, and this includes increasing air pollution as a result of terrorist activities and taking control of oil wells. Oil is burned and refined in makeshift facilities in the areas under the control of the U.S. occupation, northeast Syria. Also, oil leaks into the surrounding environment, which leads to pollution in soil surface and underwater population. Also, vast areas of forests are burned. Furthermore, the amount of water flowing from the Euphrates River is on the decline because the upstream country violates its international obligations and does not allow the flow of agreed-upon quantities under international conventions, let alone what the Israeli occupation does in the occupied Syrian Golan, as it uproots trees, dumps dangerous waste, which causes environmental degradation. And this is a clear breach of international law. These adverse impacts are compounded because of the UCMs imposed on the Syrian people. Lack of energy carriers force some people to cut trees to get heating. Also, this is aggravated due to the suspension of a number of internationally funded projects aimed towards environmental protection and addressing climate change. The Syrian Arab Republic, despite of what I mentioned earlier, has followed on environmental protection measures, and we have included the environmental dimension in development and reconstruction plans. We committed ourselves, and we are still committed to international conventions that we signed in the fields of environment and climate change. The NDC's document has been approved and updated. We also approved the National Program for Climate Change in Syria, along with adaptation plans. We have also established a fund to address the effects of droughts and natural disasters, along with a national strategy on transition into renewables. I wish this important conference success in its works. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency, Mr. Gaston Brown, Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm before you not only as the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, but as a voice for small island states suffocating under the weight of a crisis we did not create. Our beautiful islands, once paradises on earth, now stand on the front lines of climate change, a war where we are the greatest casualties, although we are the least contributors to the conflict. We are facing an existential paradox. The smallest contributors to global CO2 emissions, yet among the hardest hit by climate catastrophes. This is not just an environmental crisis. It is a glaring testament to a world where profits are prioritized over people and planet. It is a world where oil and gas conglomerates, shielded by the power of wealthy nations, continue to reap astronomical profits, while the survival of nations like ours hangs in the balance. The irony is as bitter as it is unjust. The global community made promises in Paris, yet the pace of change is lethargically slow and dangerously incremental. We must confront this reality. If we breach the 1.5 degrees threshold, the consequences will be catastrophic, not just for small island states, but for the entire planet. The weapons of mass destruction of our time are not explosive devices, but rising temperatures, scorching droughts, and relentless sea level rise, all consequences of unchecked avarice and apathy. Our proposal for a carbon tax, backed by nations like France and Kenya, is not just a call for action, it is a plea for justice. We stand in firm support for a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty. It is time to curb the reckless exploitation of fossil fuels. Let me be clear. The path we choose today will determine the fate of generations to come. We call for bold, immediate actions, a relentless pursuit of the 1.5 degrees goal, substantial funding for loss and damage, and transformative financing that respects our vulnerability. We must act with the urgency this crisis demands, and we must act now. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Philip Davis, Prime Minister of Bahamas. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
I first wish to offer my thanks to the President and people of Dubai for the warm welcome and gracious hospitality you have bestowed upon us. My congratulations also to the people of the United Arab Emirates on the celebration of today, your National Day. We wish you peace and prosperity. Your Excellencies, time has run out. Thankfully, mercifully, the record-high temperatures experienced earlier this year in the Bahamas did not translate into a catastrophic hurricane season. We were lucky. But tropical storms and depressions did hit us. They caused high levels of rain, extreme winds, widespread flooding, interrupted our power supply, and resulted in significant costs and loss of revenue. Over the coming 6 months, before the next hurricane season begins, we can use the time to strengthen our National Youth Guard. We can build more homes out of the groundbreaking, carbon-negative, ocean-resistant concrete pioneered by a Bahamian company, Patana, headed by entrepreneur Rick Fox. We can also raise more finance using our blue carbon credits, backed by our extensive underwater fields of seagrasses, which absorb more carbon than the Amazon rainforest. We welcome the pledges made in the past 2 days at this COP to the Loss and Damage Fund. Surely, This puts beyond doubt the debate that the principle has now been settled. The polluter pays. But it has taken 30 years to agree that there should be a fund for loss and damage. And in 13 years, we have not yet hit the original pledge goal of $100 billion per year. So how long must we now wait to have this new fund capitalized? And how long must we wait before we can access the funds? Time is a luxury we do not have. And so we're left wondering how we should interpret the pledges of this COP. So little pledged, given what is needed. So late in the day, given what is forecast. Is the effort here more to reduce the noise pollution generated by our advocacy rather than to address the carbon reduction and climate financing so urgently needed? Are we expected to remain quietly grateful? Frankly, we do not understand why everyone does not share our sense of urgency. Doing what is needed to help us also helps you. Will you not act urgently to save yourselves? His Holiness Pope Francis recently exhorted those of us who are leaders to demonstrate the nobility of politics and not its shame. But our truths remain inconvenient and, to my mind, shameful. We still live in a world where financing always seems immediately available for the bullets and the bombs. This is a choice. We still live in a world where narrow economic interests continue to drive an increase in the burning of fossil fuels. This is also a choice. But we have no choice. Our plight is not seen in the images of women and children bleeding in the streets. Our plight is mostly invisible. The slowly warming seawater, slowly rising up through our porous limestone islands. The slowly dying coral, no longer able to support the slowly dying fish. By the time our plight is made visible for all to see, our luck will have run out. It will be too late. The storm will have passed. We can only pray that there is something left to see. Friends, we simply want to live.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Dalton Emani Makamau Tagelagi, Prime Minister of Niue. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam President, Alafalahiatu Excellencies, distinguished guests and delegates, all protocols observed. To the President of COP28, let us stand in truth and in solidarity as we portray the common issues on climate change across our islands, territories, and continents. We will remain strong to fight and keep the 1.5 degrees alive. It's a defining moment for this COP28 to deliver what was promised, an allocation of $100 billion annually. Time is up. An urgent action is now needed to deliver climate finance for loss and damage, adaptation and mitigation. Niue is a net sink. It has no responsibility for the causes of climate change. Niue is at high risk of tropical cyclones this season and of drought. 19 years ago, we experienced Category 5 deadly storm. My people are living in fear of another catastrophic cyclone. Residents at low-lying coastal areas have slowly moved to higher ground to avoid detrimental impacts from damaging heavy swells. We are not quite adept as yet. We need resources, financials, and tools to ensure early warning, disaster preparedness, and climate resilience for Niue. We called on to expedite now access and release of climate finance. The delivery mechanism must be flexible, and the mortalities reflect the vulnerability of our islands. I applaud those who have made pledges here at this COP. Pledges must materialize today, not tomorrow. Niue has been very brave and innovative, as we have created our very own sustainable financing mechanism, our first public-private trust, the Niue Oceanwide Trust, and a world first innovative financing instrument called an Ocean Conservation Commitment. This recognizes the value of our ocean space under a strict protection, and as a global contribution to planet stability, as well as the means to build resilience and the sustainable blue economy for our people. Our OCC represents the partnership between us and offers the willing to co-sponsor a 1 square kilometer of ocean in our large-scale marine protected area for a period of 20 years. This will help us mobilize sufficient, predictable resources to invest in a sustainable way to achieve outcomes in climate action, biodiversity protection, SDGs, and security at the same time. At the same time, we'll deliver invaluable climate outcomes for our region and the rest of the world. This is an example of a non-market mechanism under Article 6.8, which we invite others, in particular developed countries, to step up and support so we can actually secure the necessary climate finance we so desperately need and deliver this in a way that will make lasting gains for our people, the region, and the world. Niue contributions hold immense global significance in terms of supporting the long-term stability of our planet and its oceans. Without adequate mitigation, we will not be able to adapt. The global stocktake ensures our survival and our emissions pathways and targets for the future. Our national strategic plan is all about sustainable future that needs economic and social needs while preserving the environment, social stability, and of course, our Niuean culture. Embrace the climate traditional knowledge, practices that have supported climate adaptation. We need to support. I'm going to ask for your support of all countries and individuals represented here at COP28 to unite in solidarity with the people of Niue in our efforts to address the impacts of climate change and to safeguard a more stable future for Niue and the Pacific Blue Continent. Together, we can create a more profound understanding and foster a collective action towards climate resilience. Madam President, may I join the others in wishing His Highness and the people of the United Arab Emirates all the very best for their National Day today, and of course, they're being a great host to us all. And thank you, and God bless us all.
Thank you, Your Excellency. A kind reminder for the speakers to hold their speech within 3 minutes. And now it is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. José Ulises de Pina Correa e Silva, Prime Minister of Cabo Verde. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Senhora Presidente, Excelências,
Madam President, Excellencies,
I
warmly greet Dr. Sultan Ahmed Al-Jaber, President of the COP28, and I wish him every success.
Cabo Verde tem a firme convicção
Cabo Verde believes in the scientific evidence, and it has the firm conviction that it is still possible to prevent the planet from warming, to protect it, and to ensure that the temperature does not rise by more than 1.5 degrees by the end of the century. But all of this is going to require great determination. And so it is a political obligation for all countries, for all leaders, to make a top priority out of jointly implementing the solutions and the commitments that we have signed up to.
A natureza vai seguindo.
And here, time is the critical factor, because nature continues on its course, reacting to the conditions that human beings create with their actions and their omissions. Cabo Verde is one of the small island developing states. It's located in an arid region of the Sahel. It has very fragile ecosystems, and it is therefore one of the countries most exposed to the risks and the consequences of extreme weather events. As a small island developing state, we encourage there to be a clear and urgent definition of the financing mechanism for loss and damage. We reaffirm also the urgent need to adopt the multidimensional vulnerability index as part of the climate finance criteria for the SIDS. We endorse the declarations of AOSIS and the African Negotiators Group. For Cabo Verde, the climate agenda is one of our top priorities. And for our country, reducing dependence on fossil fuels and increasing our energy efficiency is an economic, environmental, climate, and social imperative, because it has an impact on the balance of payments and on reducing the economic and financial risks in the face of external shocks, reducing carbon emissions and reducing also the energy bills for our companies and our households. We can achieve our objectives and targets for climate action by taking the following actions. First, define and implement integrated long-term strategies and policies. We need a robust legal and institutional framework for climate governance. We need climate finance and transparency mechanisms that involve the public sector, the private sector, and also development partnerships. And we need to improve climate literacy and engage our local communities. With public and private investments in the energy transition, energy efficiency, water efficiency, and the blue economy, we can create opportunities for professional skills, for decent jobs, and for entrepreneurship among our young people. And these are the kind of virtuous effects that we seek, combining a reduction of emissions with an increase in resilience, sustainability, and the creation of economic opportunities. Together with Portugal, we have signed an agreement on the transformation of bilateral debt into climate finance. We have shown that if there is political will and if there is trust between the parties, we can move forward with structured solutions. Transforming debt into climate finance frees up resources for investment. And this has a virtuous impact for sustainable development and for resilience. Now, let me conclude by hoping that this COP28 will produce significant progress in the commitments and in strengthening the capacity to respond to urgent global climate challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Leo Varadkar, Prime Minister of Ireland. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. A Harja Mar Kinnera Tá Ragart down
Glúdi. Ní raibh lehéid riamh go bhfuil imrí uring ó sáid, tá uireann ardú an dúchláin, credim is féidirling. Excellencies, as leaders, there is a profound responsibility on us and on our shoulders. Never before have the alarm bells been ringing so loudly. We must rise to the challenge, and I believe we can. We cannot prevent climate change. We're well past that point. But by acting urgently now, we can limit its extent and mitigate its worst effects. In mobilizing our societies, we must recognize people's concerns and bring people with us, our farmers, our workers, our enterprises, and our people. With the high cost of living and high energy prices, many worry about how much the transition will cost and what it will mean for their jobs and incomes and living standards. These are legitimate concerns, and we need to hear them. We need to understand where people are coming from and offer reassurance. Change is difficult, but we must do everything in our power to make sure that the transition is just, protecting the vulnerable and leaving nobody behind. And we also need to do a much better job of explaining the benefits of climate action: a livable planet, cleaner air, new jobs and economic opportunities, a more secure world, less conflict over resources, more reliable and more affordable energy, and fewer people on the move from homes that cannot support them anymore. In Ireland, I lead a government that is committed to halving emissions by 2030 and to climate neutrality by 2050. We have a climate law and a carbon budget. We have a new infrastructure, climate and nature fund and a future Ireland fund to help us meet the costs. And this will put billions aside for future investment for future generations. We have a carbon tax which incentivises the shift from fossil fuels with money ring-fenced to ensure a just transition, retrofitting our housing stock, installing EV charging points all over the country, and helping farmers to adopt sustainable practices. And we have a new maritime area regulatory authority to oversee Ireland's renewable energy revolution and harness our vast offshore wind potential, powering millions of homes and businesses across the continent with clean, renewable energy. Ireland is a wealthy country, and even so, we're struggling to make progress, and we're constantly looking at ways to improve. I'm conscious of the even greater challenges that others here face, particularly the least developed and small island developing states. So the Loss and Damage Fund must begin dispersing finance as soon as possible. Ireland will double our climate finance to at least €225 million a year by 2025. And this year, we will invest close to €150 million. And today, I'm announcing a contribution of €25 million to the new Loss and Damage Fund for 2024 and 2025. And we will make further contributions thereafter. So, dear friends, let us work together so the world has the financial firepower and the institutions and infrastructure it needs to make the journey that we need to make together. We have to prioritise investment in energy access and low-carbon development for the most vulnerable countries. This COP must also set us on a clear path to a safe and planned reduction of fossil fuels. Excellencies, Secretary-General Guterres has said that the challenge of turning a year of burning heat into a year of burning ambition is with us now. So together, let's rise to that challenge. Thank you very much. Gurmian Mahagav.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency, Mr. Philippe Joseph Pierre, Prime Minister of St. Lucia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam President, the world is in an uncharted territory. There is but a narrowing window of opportunity to secure a livable planet for all. With the climate crisis raging around the world, affecting not only small island developing states like St. Lucia and the members of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, but developed countries as well. We are here to join hands together, uniting as a collective to take ambitious action with a sense of urgency to course correct. We are here to ensure that every party answers our call at this COP to put us on a pathway that does not further compromise the futures of not only our particularly vulnerable nations, but all of our nations. The impacts have been devastating to our region. Loss and damage have struck at the core of our economies and our societies. At one extreme, lives and livelihoods have been lost. At the other extreme, our environment is under siege. We welcome the decision to at last make the loss and damage fund functional and look forward to the pledges to make it a reality. We thank the UAE and Germany for taking the first step and look forward to other states joining. Madam President, it is a fact that the international financial environment is ill-suited to support vulnerable countries' access to affordable, sustainable, predictable, and scalable finance. To address these financial challenges, CARICOM states, including St. Lucia, are pursuing readiness projects to better access finance. We are also pursuing innovative financial initiatives from conservation bonds to disaster clauses and exploring new opportunities in carbon markets. We are pushing for a reform agenda for international financial institutions through the Bridgestone Initiative and other new economic measurements that will include our vulnerability, like the CDB's Recovery Duration Adjustment, the RDA. Mr. President, Madam President, we are nearing the 1.5 degrees centigrade warning threshold, and we must put people first before economic ratios and statistics. We must leave Dubai assured of three key messages. We leaders must commit to 1, pursuing 1.5 degrees centigrade pathways for just, equitable, and accelerated transition. 2, accelerate progress in implementation of the global goal on adaptation. Deliver transformative finance for a 1.5 degrees centigrade agenda. The time is now for world leaders to transform our world to a safer place for our children. And in this battle, Taiwan must not be left behind. Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It's my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency, Mr. Petteri Orpo, Prime Minister of Finland. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the United Arab Emirates for hosting this event. We need multilateralism now more than ever to take effective action against climate change and to ensure food and energy security. The science is clear. We are not on the track to limit climate change to 1.5 degrees. Global warming has already reached 1.2 degrees, causing widespread damage on all continents. Ongoing wars and violence in different parts of the world are only aggravating the impacts. COP28 marks the culmination of the first ever global stocktake. It is up to us now to act with urgency and determination and make clear political commitments to put us on track. Finland remains committed to supporting developing countries in their climate action. I would like to congratulate the esteemed host of this conference for the landmark agreement on the new fund to respond to loss and damage, and your generous pledge. It is crucial to expand the donor base for climate funding to include more countries on a voluntary basis. Finland stands ready to support the new fund with 3 million euros. We underline the continued importance of other funding mechanisms, including those supporting early warning systems. We must also ensure that all financial flows are in line with the Paris Agreement and need to mobilize more private funding. In this, the coalition of finance ministers for climate action continues to play a key role. To put us on the right track to reach the Paris goals, the most crucial thing is a rapid clean energy transition away from fossil fuels. A just transition can help create new businesses and jobs and better opportunities for people everywhere. To enable the transition, we should agree on global targets for renewables and energy efficiency. These targets need to be accompanied by concrete steps towards phasing out fossil fuels and subsidies that support their use and recognizing the role of the carbon-free technologies like nuclear. Governments must work together within the multilateral system, but we also need broad collaboration with civil society and private sector. In Finland, we have set the ambitious goal to be carbon neutral by 2035 and carbon negative soon after that. This goal can be only reached with strong public-private cooperation. Finnish companies can also offer a variety of practical solutions to help reach carbon neutrality globally. We want our companies to expand their carbon handprint, meaning the positive climate impact that their products can have, and stand ready to share our expertise globally. My government is also committed to ensuring the preservation of natural capital as part of responsible economic policy, and we will work to halt the loss of biodiversity. Our aim is that others around the world can utilize our expertise related to positive nature handprints in addition to carbon footprints. Mr. President, we must show the world that we stand behind the commitments we made in Paris. Let's make sure this COP succeeds in getting us back to track for 1.5 degrees. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Terence Drew, Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President of COP28, let me first thank the UAE for its very hospitable welcome to all of us to this most important gathering. If now is not the time for bold action in addressing this planetary crisis, when the world is on fire, is being submerged, is barreling toward 2.7 degrees Celsius, when each day reveals grimmer death tolls attributed to climate, then when is? Are we prepared to accept this as our new norm? Our countries and our vulnerable communities cannot survive another round of inaction, nor should we accept this complacency. For SIDS, 1.5 to stay alive is still a must. Boldly, I joined the bastion of leaders from the Global South, in particular the Caribbean community, forced to the front lines of the climate crisis to demand greater accountability and responsibility. Our countries will be lost to the pages of history if nothing is done. Commendably, however, the Bridgetown initiative of my sister, Prime Minister Mia Mottley, will expedite equitable access, growth, and crisis response. And to the COP28 presidency, we welcome the capitalization of the Loss and Damage Fund. Our host country, the UAE, as it celebrates its 52nd Union Day, and we extend our heartfelt congratulations, is the clearest example of what it means to envision and deliver a resilient development. Action builds trust. This is necessary as we seek to narrow the widening gap between the G7 and the G77. I recall, moderator, the situation of the Republic of China Taiwan, a reliable global partner in the climate crisis. St. Kitts and Nevis firmly believes that Taiwan as an island nation should be allowed to play a meaningful role in the existential policy drives of the United Nations. Moderator, with 50,000 plus people, our small size and notable position as the smallest independent nation in the Western Hemisphere presents opportunity. With the convergence of our geostrategic outlook, global collaboration, and focused investments, especially in our energy sector, we can become the first model sustainable island state to be found anywhere in the world, showcasing the path to progress and prosperity. Moderator, geothermal development in our Twin Island Federation allows for nationwide underground electric grid connection between our two islands. An investment of US $350 million over the next 5 years can ensure that St. Kitts and Nevis goes fully green with the capacity to provide clean energy to our neighboring countries. Recently, we renegotiated 40 megawatts of solar energy with battery storage capacity, which will ensure that there are redundancies built into our energy grid. We are acting, moderator. Moderator, our small nation has a GDP of just about 1 billion. While comparatively there are individual nations here that represent the combined GDP of every Caribbean island. However, our size does not dim our ambition. In fact, it stirs especially our choices, our pathway as our choices diminishes. And to wrap up, the transformation to a sustainable island state is so profound as it is linked to our survival, the survival of what it truly means to be Kittitian and Nevisian. And finally, I say, moderator, let us all act to save ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency, Mr. Patrice Emery Torovaada, Prime Minister of Sao Tome and Principe. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Altezas Reais, Chefes de Estados e de Governo,
Your Royal Highnesses, Heads of Government,
Senhoras, meus senhores,
Delegates, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen.
É uma honra para mim estar aqui hoje. É inspirador.
It is an honor for me to be here today.
Comum e urgente.
It's very inspiring to see such great minds in one room fighting for one cause, combating climate change. As we gather here, I would like to express my thanks and the thanks of my delegation to the government of the UAE for your warm hospitality and your laudable efforts to organize this significant event. I would also like to avail myself of this opportunity to commend Sultan Ahmed Al Jaber, our president of this COP, and wish him every success during his mandate. Our world is at a historic crossroads. Climate change is redefining our landscape, our agriculture, giving rise to hunger, wars, giving rise to migration, threatening vital ecosystems and jeopardizing whole communities. Every drought, every fire, every rise of the sea levels reminds us urgently that we absolutely need to provide a global response, which sadly, unfortunately, has just remained on paper so far. we hear about these billions of dollars that are promised but are never received, and this does not work. For countries such as mine, we prefer to continue to define our needs to reform our multilateral financial institutions, to give access to financial products and means that are more accessible and in greater quantity. We need more realistic, more and less ideological macroeconomic stabilization programs. We prefer to rely on the liberating force of creativity and technological innovation, and to rely on AI, and to combat and to fight so that all of these things do not give rise to exclusion and domination. We rely on our own efforts, our own sacrifices, first of all. We are here representing nations, communities, and various viewpoints, mindsets, but our main mission, let us not forget, is a unique mission, namely to provide sustainable solutions and collaborative actions for the well-being of our planet. The decisions, the commitments we undertake here have a huge weight, not only for our generations, but for future generations and future life on Earth. As we engage in these fundamental discussions, we must be committed, all of us together, to principles of sincerity, solidarity, transparency, and inclusiveness. Our dialogues need to be guided by science, by scientific data, and what we do must be spurred by this sense of emergency, and by our resolutions need to reflect this collective determination to create a better world which is more resilient and sustainable. My country, because of where it is located, it's a small island, it's an archipelago. We have a small population, and our territory is fragmented. It is islands, and as a result of this, there are restrictions which make it impossible for us to adopt scalable solutions, and we have to strive very hard to establish connectivity. This being said, we face our responsibilities. We are committed to the ambitious goals and to raising huge investment for renewable energy so that we can protect our forests and our oceans. The tireless dedication of Sao Tome and Principe as a leader to combat climate change and to strengthen climate financing includes the conservation of mangroves and special reservations in Sao Tome, just beyond the island of Principe, which is already a World Biosphere reservation. Ladies and gentlemen, today, once again, in this COP28 in Dubai, we reaffirm our commitment to meet the aims we established in our previously agreed agreements. We recognize that this transition towards a low-carbon economy is not only a moral obligation, but it is also an opportunity to bring about sustainable growth, to create green jobs, blue jobs, and to improve living standards and quality for all. We are committed to a paradigm shift wherein sustainability and development walk hand in hand.
Your Excellency, it is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Alexander De Croo, Prime Minister of Belgium. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have all come together here in Dubai at a crucial moment. For me, for Belgium, and for many people I've spoken to in the recent weeks, this COP is the most important one since Paris. Because it's high time to turn our words and promises into action. It is time to talk about solutions instead of problems. It is time to talk about hope instead of fear. In order to attain our goals, we need everyone on board. Governments, and even more so, our people and the private sector. Science tells us that unless there are immediate, rapid, and large-scale reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius will be beyond reach. Even those who don't believe in science can no longer close their eyes. The climate emergency is upon us. It affects and reverberates across the world. Every country needs to do its share. Within the EU, Ambitious targets have been set for each country. There is no shortage of arguments today. There are plenty calls to action. Voices of our population, scientists, activists, court verdicts. All this comes down to one thing. It should motivate us to accelerate our efforts and to put all energy we have in realizing our commitments. There are many reasons to be hopeful. It's a fact. A record-breaking 340 billion euro have been invested in renewable energy globally this year. It's a fact. We finally made good on our pledge to mobilize $100 billion in climate finance. It's a fact that many climate analysts believe that carbon emissions will peak in the coming years. It's a fact more and more people are on board when it comes to accelerate our actions. Young and old, with ideals and ideas, academics and entrepreneurs, whose discoveries and technologies provide concrete and sometimes very simple answers to the challenges of recycling, water decontamination, and greenhouse gas capture. My message to you is that the climate issue belongs neither to the deniers nor to the alarmists. It belongs to those who get up early, to those who grab every opportunity to contribute in speeding up the transition. If we want peak emissions now to reduce global emissions by 30% by 2030, we need ecology and economy. Too often, they have been opposed one against the other, while in fact, they are reinforcing each other. We will not build a climate paradise on an industrial wasteland. In our run to net zero future by 2050, we need clean tech, green chemistry, green steel production, and green construction sites. The good news is that we are already building that future. Our North Sea wind turbines will produce enough green offshore electricity by 2030 to cover the equivalent of the electricity consumption of 5 million households. In Ghent, 1 billion will be invested to produce the most durable steel in the world. And from Liège, we are revolutionizing the hydrogen industry with cutting-edge technology. What we need now is a conducive environment to accelerate progress globally, phasing out fossil fuels. And in this regard, Belgium ended direct public finance for unabated fossil fuels and shifted resources towards renewables, which will be needed in order to triple renewable energy and double energy efficiency. We will only reach these goals when innovations and good practices will be accessible to everyone, to all SMEs, to all households in every corner of the world. In Europe, we need to create the right incentives to support our economy in realizing this ambition. As the incoming President of the European Union, this will be my priority. Europe will obviously not win the climate race alone. Partnerships are crucial, especially with Africa, which harnesses 40% of the global solar energy potential, and as stated by the President of Kenya at the African Climate Summit, has the potential to become the green engine of the world. Belgium has already partnered up with countries such as Namibia, Morocco, and Egypt to accelerate this green revolution in wind, in solar, in hydrogen. We have increased our climate finance to approximately 150 million euros, focusing our effort on biodiversity and sustainable development. In the Sahel region, we are implementing a 5-year, 50 million euros program supporting the Great Green Wall Initiative. We have launched innovative instruments such as Debt for Climate Swap. In Mozambique, such instrument will facilitate the implementation of the National Loss and Damage Strategy. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are only going to get this under control if we work together. And if our citizens engage in creating a more prosperous, a more inclusive, and a healthier society. The most important result of COP28 that I would hope for is to create this dynamic of action and trust. Trust that we will be able to achieve the Paris Agreement goals. But for that, we need to scale up the solutions that are in front of our eyes and that we already have in our hands. Tripling renewables, doubling energy efficiency. It should be done, and it can be done. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Trinh Pham Minh, Prime Minister of Vietnam. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam President, I'd like to extend my congratulations on the National Day of UAE and for its excellent arrangements towards the success of COP28. Distinguished delegates, the global climate system is approaching its red line. In the hottest year in modern history, icebergs are melting faster than ever. Rising sea levels, droughts, floods, landslides. In many countries, erosions and forest fires as well are becoming more devastating. Many territories and communities are at risk of being swallowed up by the sea. Energy and food security is threatened, and development achievements are at risk of being undone. In addition, aging populations and resource depletion are adding to the ever-increasing challenges facing the world today. The gap between climate commitments and actions remains wide. Competition, division, fragmentation, wars, conflicts, and diseases are further dispersing much necessary resources for climate action. After 14 years, we still have not managed to fulfill the commitment of mobilizing $100 billion per year to combat climate change. Thus, we need to walk the talk to make good on our promises. Such is the key to bolster trust among countries and address bottlenecks in the negotiations on climate change adaptation. The impact of climate change and diseases in recent years has further proven that these are global and whole-of-population issues. Thus, we too need to adopt a new mindset, methodology, and approach that is more proactive, substantive, and effective, and together pursue global actions in a unified and synchronized manner. Each country needs to take responsibility in best harnessing its internal strength, which is fundamental, strategic, long-term, and decisive. In conjunction with making the most of important external resources and upholding multilateralism, it is necessary to consider the people and the world's common interest as the heart and goals of our endeavors and ensure that no country or citizen is left behind. We should also strive to mobilize diverse resources from public and private sectors and build upon internal, external, bilateral, multilateral, and other lawful resources, particularly resources from the private sector. Developed countries need to provide greater support to developing and least developed countries. This includes preferential capital, transfer of advanced technology, high-quality human resource development, smart governance, and assistance in improving modern and effective market institutions in line with the unique circumstances of each country. At the same time, developing and least developed countries cannot afford to be passive or overly dependent on external help. Instead, they need to make greater efforts in improving their own capacity, pursuing self-reliance and resilience and self-improvement in the spirit of no one can help you better than yourself. However, it is also necessary to ensure fairness and justice in climate action. That means ensuring national energy self-sufficiency and security, and effective access to affordable clean energy for all businesses, people, and countries. Distinguished delegates, Vietnam has been acting in high responsibility since COP26 in Glasgow. When the world continues to witness more challenges than opportunities, Vietnam still strives to uphold its obligation towards the world and its population through the comprehensive implementation of the following efforts. First, developing relevant plans and arranging for their implementation. These include the climate change strategy, the green growth strategy, the Power Development Plan 8, PDP 8, with renewable energy accounting for a greater share in Vietnam's energy mix, development of the renewable energy industry and a renewable energy ecosystem entailing human resources, other resources, planning, and relevant facilities. Second, implementing Vietnam's nationally determined contributions NDC, establishing the Secretariat and launching the Resource Mobilization Plan and the Implementation Plan of the JETP, adopting and implementing the plan to allocate 1 million hectares for the cultivation of high-quality, low-emission rice, particularly in terms of methane emission. Third, building relevant institutions, including the drafting of the oil and gas law and improvement of the land and electricity laws in ways that enable and support the development of renewable energy. Vietnam is also developing and finalizing the decree on direct power purchase so as to address renewable energy projects and outstanding issues facing the people and businesses in the energy transition process. Distinguished delegates, time waits for no one. Challenges are becoming more and more complex and unpredictable. Therefore, let us uphold greater unity. Let us put in greater efforts. Let us work together more effectively for the development and prosperity of mankind, the health of this planet, of our beloved planet, and the happiness and prosperity of all people around the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Ulf Kristersson, Prime Minister of Sweden. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Excellencies, colleagues. My two keywords here today are urgency and opportunity. Urgency and opportunity. Urgency based on science and numerous alarming IPCC reports. Opportunity based on the new jobs and growth that the green transition brings. Sweden is an inspiring example of this, if I may say so. Since 1990, our emissions have been cut by more than 37%. At the same time, our economy has doubled. This is due to a few factors. One, an energy mix almost free from fossil fuels, with nuclear energy, hydro, and wind as important pillars. But also an early and high tax on carbon dioxide. And innovative Swedish businesses. Swedish emissions per capita are now the lowest in the European Union, together with Portugal. The transition is exponential in sectors as steel, transport, and heavy industry. The steel industry alone accounts for some 8% of global emissions. In 2021, Swedish industry produced the first fossil-free steel ready for delivery. And 3 of the world's leading climate tech companies are now Swedish, all present here, of course, at COP28. The green transition is not only necessary to save the planet, it is also vital for our own competitiveness. Reaching net zero by mid-century requires a rapid and complete phase-out of fossil fuels in electricity and, of course, in heat production. To succeed, it is crucial to increase production in all fossil-free sources, nuclear power included. Sweden is now taking concrete steps towards new nuclear capacity, and I'm happy to stand side by side with like-minded countries here at COP28 and in the European Union. Let me also stress the importance of what is taking place at the European Union level, as we are laying the ground for a green revolution with the climate package Fit for 55. The EU has not only put in place ambitious targets for 2030, we have also decided on binding legislation that will reduce emissions by 57%. This will define and incentivize national action across our 27 member states. It means that 450 million Europeans will adapt to a green transition. An enhanced and expanded emission trading system will put a cap on nearly all carbon emissions within the Union. The EU can now show the rest of the world how policies to reduce emissions can be combined with increased growth and increased welfare. Climate action requires global solutions. We might have different timelines and pathways to net zero, but our common goals are clearly defined in the Paris Agreement. Limit temperature increases to 1.5 degrees, build more resilient societies, and transform financial flows in support of those goals. Here, at COP28, we need to agree on an ambitious outcome of the global stocktake and the phase-out of fossil fuels. We need to send a strong call to all parties, G20 countries in particular, to come forward with new NDCs ahead of COP30 that are economy-wide, cover all gases, and cut emissions faster in line with 1.5 degrees. We look forward to adopting the new framework for the global goal on adaptation. We will stand with the most vulnerable to operationalize the funding arrangements and the fund for responding to loss and damage. And we want to establish a space to accelerate the transition of financial flows. To the UAE presidency, thanks a lot for hosting us. To all parties, let COP28 be the COP where we unite, where we act, and where we deliver. To all civil society actors and businesses, we look forward to hearing your voices, inspiring us to do more, faster, and together. Let us embrace the urgency of climate action, but also all the opportunities. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And now it is my great honor to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Edi Rama, Prime Minister of Albania, my lovely country.
I know that everyone is waiting to speak. I'm not sure anyone is eager to listen. But I have to tick my box, so sorry, bear with me for a few minutes. As a representative of the Republic of Albania, but also of a fast yet developing region in Europe, named the Western Balkans, I stand before you today to share a few thoughts. We all know that for decades, developing nations like ours have strived tirelessly to address the challenges of development while grappling with the adverse impacts of climate change. And yes, the Paris Agreement was a beacon of hope, a promise made by the world to safeguard our planet and its inhabitants. But however, the reality falls short of the commitments made. And to say it all, the burden of climate action continues to disproportionately fall on the shoulders of developing nations, despite our minimal contribution to the crisis, while the big polluters do their best to lecture us, but not to stop themselves. Anyhow, what we do is what we believe in, and we have committed to reduce global greenhouse gas emissions with 20.9% by 2030 and then achieve climate neutrality by 2050. Secondly, our country aims to become an energy leader in the region and a net exporter of energy by 2030. but you should know that Albania is one of the rarest countries that has no CO2 emissions from energy production. Of course, on the other hand, it is under an extreme high hydrological risk because we are dependent on climate, and so we are now in a full-scale diversification with solar and wind. Thirdly, Albania has progressed by implementing nature-based solution practices in the recent year, and this year Vjosa, the so-baptized last wild river of Europe, has been declared a national park in Albania. It was fun, though, because the bigger and the richer around us in Europe that have tamed all their rivers lectured us big time how important it is to have a wild river in Europe. Doesn't matter, fun is good, and our commitment is strong and real, so we did it, and we are fully dedicated to continue so. At the end, let me conclude with a special mention and thank wholeheartedly the gracious host country of this big event, UAE, and the leadership of this country, the visionary president, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, who is showing to our community of countries what does it mean to connect words with deeds. And by saying goodbye to all of you, I wish we had more UAEs in our community of countries as to make the dark lighter and our journey brighter. Thank you very much.
It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Anwar ul Haq Kakar, Prime Minister of Pakistan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
His Royal Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, distinguished Head of State and Government, Your Excellency Dr. Al Jabbar, President of COP28, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Our profound appreciation and gratitude to His Royal Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan for his visionary leadership and for hosting COP28, including the World Climate Action Summit. Excellencies, climate change is an existential threat for humankind. What science has forecast is happening. Last year, Pakistan suffered superb floods. This year will be the world's hottest year in recorded history. The global stocktake is another grim wake-up call. This must be a COP of action. Excellencies, at COP26 in Glasgow, we increased our ambition, presenting our revised nationally determined contributions with the target of 50% overall reduction in projected emissions by 2030. This year, Pakistan presented a comprehensive national adaptation plan and has also launched an innovative Living Indus initiative that brings together our care for climate and for nature. And we will be presenting our first biennial update report during this COP. Last year, we led the endeavor to craft an agreement on establishing a global loss and damage fund. This year, we worked to activate an adequately financed loss and damage fund and its funding arrangements. It is critical that under UAE's leadership, COP28 also activates the means of implementation, that is climate finance, technology transfer, and capacity building for developing countries, based on the established principle of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities. Climate justice demands that the developing countries be enabled to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals even as they contribute to climate objectives. The provision of sufficient, additional, predictable, grant-based climate finance by developed countries is imperative. The $100 billion commitment for climate finance must be fulfilled. And such finance should not be at the cost of development finance, nor add to the already high debt burden of the developing countries. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope the successful conclusion of the global stocktake will also provide a recipe for a global course correction, especially by keeping the 1.5 Celsius degree temperature goal within reach. Developed countries must take the lead in raising global mitigation ambition, commensurate with their economic standing and historical responsibility, and then help developing countries do the same. Finally, we need to achieve global resilience through delivering an ambitious outcome in the form of a framework for the global goal on adaptation, with clear targets and indicators, including regular monitoring of progress. At least half of climate finance must be allocated to adaptation. Excellencies, our expectations from COP28 are high, but not unrealistic. Let this COP deliver with actions, not just words. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Najib Mikati, Prime Minister of Lebanon. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
حضرت دولة رئيس الإمارات العربية المتحدة سعادة الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة الحضور الكريم. بداية الشكر الكبير لدولة الإمارات العربية الشقيقة.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like at the outset to thank the UAE for hosting this conference and for the efforts made over these last months to work towards the goals that we set in Paris in 2015 and at the subsequent COPs. Today, as a representative of Lebanon, I call on all of us to tackle the urgent need to bolster national resilience, in particular in the parts of the world where the challenges posed by climate change are converging with the challenges of war. Lebanon is facing the Israeli aggression, which is affecting people and goods and is having an intensified impact on the climate question too, in a situation where we are facing the serious environmental deterioration, which is one of the effects of the Israeli aggression underway, the continued use of indiscriminate weapons, such as white phosphorus weapons, are violations which have caused civilian deaths and which are causing irreparable damage of more than 5,000 square meters of agricultural land and forests, which are destroying the livelihoods and revenue sources for our people and are causing a displacement of tens of thousands of Lebanese people. And it is therefore imperative to recognize the disastrous consequences of war and attacks on the environment. It's also urgent to respond within the framework of international law and international humanitarian law. The presidency of COP28 has committed to reinforcing capacity to adapt to climate change in the regions that face conflict and crises and displacements and migrations. In this context, the announcement made by His Highness Mohammed Al Nahyan to establish a fund of $30 billion for climate solutions around the world is essential, not just to mitigate mitigate the direct impact of the loss and damage, but also to reinforce resilience and to bolster adaptation capacity. It's crucial that we expand the scope of these mechanisms to tackle the growing challenges posed by loss and damage, and to also include rebuilding sustainable and green economies, including in Lebanon. Our energy sector has suffered from successive crises, and it is essential, therefore, to revitalize this sector and to ensure that we have the financing needed to undertake the transition to clean energy sources and renewables, and also mitigating the negative impact of climate change. As we discuss the global stocktake and look at what we have done with mitigation and adaptation and financing, I call on all to go beyond our differences and to work for the benefit of all, to ensure a better world for future generations. The world is looking to us, hoping for much from us and from the work that we carry out here and the decisions that we take today. So let us therefore work to ensure that this COP28 here at the UAE will produce concrete action, concrete and strong commitments to open the way to a sustainable future for all. In conclusion, I say that we are fully aware of how important it is to live in tolerance, and if we work on this foundation, working with the legacy of those whose names have entered history, we can achieve much. And I would say today that here we have nations that have done much to write history and have left an indelible trace in many areas, including those areas that bring us together today. And this great man who I'm talking about is Sheikh Zayed, and I wish him long life and wish us all to continue in his footsteps. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Irakli Garibashvili, Prime Minister of Georgia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Majesties, Your Royal Highnesses, Secretary General, Your Excellencies, Presidents and Prime Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is a great honor and privilege for me to address you all on behalf of the government and people of Georgia. I would like to express profound gratitude to His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the President of the UAE, for generous hospitality and for hosting this important summit in Dubai. The United Arab Emirates is indeed a global role model of technological innovation and modernization, creativity and progress, and it is now championing the climate resilience efforts as well. Dear colleagues, visible impacts of climate change that become increasingly severe and have devastating effects on both people and the environment require expedited progress towards climate resilience. It is my strong belief, therefore, that several major international efforts must be maintained to manage the climate crisis worldwide. These include reducing the global emissions by half by 2030 and maintaining the threshold of 1.5 degrees Celsius in line with the Paris Agreement, contributing consistently to the Loss and Damage Fund, and adopting a framework to reach the global goal of climate adaptation. The promise of $100 billion a year in climate finance should be kept as well, as must be the commitment towards doubling the climate action finance for adaptation. We take our role in addressing the climate crisis seriously in Georgia and have already taken significant steps towards this end. Over $500 million was allocated for the climate mitigation adaptation measures from the state budget of Georgia this year. Moreover, development of the national infrastructure is already taken into account, the low carbon and climate adaptation measures equaling to over $300 million a year. My government supports the idea of making Europe the first continent to reach a net zero emissions balance. With this in mind, we have adopted a long-term low emissions development strategy, declaring carbon neutrality as an important goal by 2050. Georgia also commits to presenting a new and more ambitious nationally determined contribution in 2025. In addition, I'm delighted to note that up to 85% of electricity comes from renewable sources in Georgia. However, further enhancement of our share of renewables energy remains a strategic priority for us, and I am pleased to announce that Georgia is joining the COP28 Global Renewables and Energy Efficiency Pledge. Dear colleagues, I strongly support the vision of the COP28's presidency for scaling up renewable energy to phase out the unabated fossil fuels. We believe that the formally negotiated outcome should include a commitment to triple renewable energy and double energy efficiency by 2030, along with an equitable phase-out of unabated fossil fuels. In conclusion, I am hopeful that during COP28, we will be able to live up to the unique moment together and deliver on a promise to shape a brighter, healthier, and greener future for the generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Russell Mizo Dlamini, Prime Minister of Eswatini. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, heads of state and government, Secretary General of the UN, the Executive Secretary of UN FCCC, Excellencies and colleagues, distinguished delegates. It is with great honor that I present this statement on behalf of the head of state of the Kingdom of Eswatini, His Majesty King Mswati III, at this August gathering. Mr. President, after nearly 3 decades of commitments to combat climate change, all achieved is an increase in global emissions and temperatures. WMO has confirmed that 2023 is the warmest year on record, and the Production Gap Report indicates that the commitments made remain just words. Fossil fuel usage remains high, much against the national plans. For instance, in Eswatini and the SADC region, trucks are queuing in large numbers at borders and harbors, carrying tons and tons of coal in transit to the developed world. While this continues, the use of nature-based mitigation is being promoted as though nature is responsible for the high atmospheric greenhouse concentrations. With such practices, reaching net zero by 2050 will be impossible, and developing countries should not be made to pay through the use of carbon markets. Mr. President, let us all meet our commitments as deep emission cuts are long overdue. The Secretary General has rightly noted that we are now past global warming and has reached global boiling. Those that have led the way in development and emitting should lead the way in mitigation. Technologies are necessary for attaining net zero and should be transferred to the global south. Resources have to be availed to assist countries adapt to the climate wrath being experienced and ensure that these match the national development agenda, which remain a great priority for developing countries. We further need to close the gap in resource flows to meet the actual need through urgent, predictable, and sufficient financing, as well as ensuring availability of means of implementation. Furthermore, loss and damage is on the increase, with 2023 having seen a high number of weather and climate-related disasters across the globe. We therefore urge for the resourcing of the Loss and Damage Fund so as not to compromise the welfare and livelihoods of our people, as well as infrastructure development. Mr. President, prioritization of the above will ensure full implementation of the NDC commitments and national adaptation plans, of which Eswatini is currently finalizing. Mr. President, furthermore, all countries should be part of the agreements and commitment on climate action, as we are a global community are commonly bound. If countries like Taiwan have voluntarily committed for the sake of the planet and people without being a party to the negotiations, then the rest of us can and must do more. And we call for Taiwan to be allowed to formally join in future UNFCCC discussions. In conclusion, Mr. President, no one should be left behind in making COP28 count and ensuring that all the green initiatives are sustainable and that are linked to the key pillars for economic development. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I would like to kindly remind to the speakers to hold their statements within 3 minutes. And now, it is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Robina Nabanya, Prime Minister of Uganda. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and the people of Uganda. Uganda congratulates the United Arab Emirates for its exemplary leadership in convening COP28. Uganda is uniquely favored by nature compared to other parts of the globe because it lies across the equator and is between 621 meters and 5,011 meters above sea level. That's why it enjoys the sun, punctuated with plenty of rain all the year round. Uganda also has moderate temperatures of 19 degrees Celsius at night and 24 to 29 degrees Celsius during day. Some parts of Uganda actually have permanent snow, like Mount Rwenzori, which is right next to the equator. Uganda also has a massive plateau with large freshwater bodies, and that's why Uganda is called the Pearl of Africa. While Uganda's natural biodiversity presents important opportunities for adaptation and mitigation that can greatly contribute to the global reduction of greenhouse gas emissions of up to 24.7% by the year 2030, it is highly vulnerable to climatic shocks because of recent, in some parts of the country, we have experienced floods, landslides, and prolonged drought with rising temperatures, yet the country contributes only 0.01 of the global emissions. We therefore appeal to partnerships to offset these climate change costs. Uganda is mindful of the rampant degradation and the associated impacts escalating climate change. As a result, the government of Uganda has come up with policies to protect and preserve our environment and biodiversity. Since these provide global benefits in mitigating climate change, we invite partnership and support to protect and conserve these nature-based solutions to climate change. I note that recently, only 10% of the climate finances reach the local level. This is unacceptable. Uganda, therefore, supports the climate finance approaches in which at least 70% of the resources are allocated to locally prioritized climate actions while empowering the last mile communities. Uganda looks forward to COP28 establishing loss and damage fund that is accessible, free from bureaucracy of multilateral development banks, and free from the debt trap. The government of Uganda recognizes and welcomes the Glasgow Climate Pact of the multiple forms and stages of just transitions, and we envision an orderly and phased energy transition that ensures the shift from fossil fuel to renewable energy minimizes negative consequences on workers, communities, ecosystems, and national economies for enhanced energy access and sustainable development. Finally, Your Excellencies, I would like to inform you that Uganda will be hosting the 19th Non-Allied Movement Summit from 15th to 20th January 2024, and thereafter the third South Summit, that is GIS 77 plus China, from 21st to 23rd January 2024 in Kampala, Uganda. On behalf of His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, allow me to invite you to attend the said meetings. I look forward to receiving you in Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Now it is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Borjana Cristo, Prime Minister of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered here today to address key concerns that affect us all, issues impacting our planet and future generations. We find ourselves at a pivotal moment in human history. Climate change is not isolated to specific regions. Rather, it poses a global threat demanding urgent, coordinated, and decisive action. Bosnia and Herzegovina is dedicated to pursuing a sustainable future and actively engages in the crucial discourse on climate changes. Recognizing the gravity of our current situation and the challenges we face, we are prepared to contribute to the global effort to preserve our planet. Our commitment to combat climate change is unwavering. We are dedicated to transitioning to renewable energy sources. With the aim to reduce greenhouse gases and their impact on the natural environment. Shifting to renewable energy sources is not only imperative, but also a unique opportunity to build a more sustainable, economically stable, and ecologically sensitive society in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Through investments in renewable energy technology and investment incentives, Bosnia and Herzegovina aims to partner global efforts to reduce greenhouse gases and mitigate climate change. We wholeheartedly support all global initiatives and endeavors for environmental sustainability and protection. We endorse and adhere to guidelines and recommendations stemming from United Nations initiatives such as the UN Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement on Climate Change. We have established and implemented the Western Balkans Green Agenda concept as a strategy aimed at aligning environmental policies of Western Balkan countries with the European Green Deal and shift to sustainable economy represented by 5 pillars: decarbonization, circular economy, reduction of environmental pollution, sustainable rural communities, protection and restoration of biodiversity and ecosystems through implementing measures outlined in the Sofia Declaration Action Plan. Achieving the Green Agenda objectives requires cooperation, knowledge and technology exchange, and international community support. In this view, we are committed and determined to take responsibility and join global efforts to achieve sustainable future for all. We are committed and determined. We aspire to engage more proactively in global efforts related to climate change, cooperating with other countries and sharing positive experiences and resources towards our common goal. Therefore, Bosnia and Herzegovina, with full responsibility, joins the Emirates Declaration on Resilient Food Systems, Sustainable Agriculture and Climate Actions that marks a significant step towards global partnership, which is key to addressing challenges posed by climate change. As a responsible member of the international community, we recognize the urgent need for joint action to preserve our planet. By joining the Emirates Declaration, we convey a strong message of solidarity and shared responsibility for the preservation of our planet. We invite other countries to join this global effort, aiming to collectively build a more sustainable, resilient, and prosperous society for all. On behalf of Bosnia and Herzegovina, I reaffirm our dedication, readiness, and desire for proactive cooperation in the fight against climate change. We believe that only together, as a global community, we can bring about significant efforts and ensure the safety of our planet for our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And now it is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Kamala Harris, Vice President of the United States of America. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. It is my honor to be with the distinguished leaders who are here today. 2 years ago, President Joe Biden stood on stage at COP26 and made a declaration of ambition. The United States of America will once again be a global leader in the fight against the climate crisis. Since then, the United States has turned ambition into action. President Biden and I have made the largest climate investment in the history of our country, and some have said the world. Roughly $1 trillion over the next 10 years. As a result, today, across the United States, we are building and expanding hundreds of solar panel, wind turbine, electric vehicle, and battery manufacturing plants. We are laying thousands of miles of high-voltage transmission lines to deliver clean energy to every corner of our nation. And we are lowering emissions, not only in energy and transportation, but in industry, agriculture, buildings, and construction. We are also investing in resilience and adaptation to restore our coastlines, wetlands, and forests, and to make communities more resilient to climate-driven extreme weather. We have also placed equity at the center of all of our work, investing in marginalized communities, which are often hardest hit by extreme weather and bear a disproportionate burden from fossil fuel pollution. Globally, the United States is a leader in the effort to expand international climate finance. This year alone, we have increased our contributions to over $9.5 billion, which puts us on track to reach President Biden's ambitious $11 billion goal by 2024. Today, I am also proud to announce a new $3 billion pledge to the Green Climate Fund, which helps developing countries invest in resilience, clean energy, and nature-based solutions. Today, we are demonstrating through action how the world can and must meet this crisis. This is a pivotal moment. Our action collectively, or worse, our inaction, will impact billions of people for decades to come. For as much as we have accomplished, there is still so much more work to do, and continued progress will not be possible without a fight. Around the world, there are those who seek to slow or stop our progress. Leaders who deny climate science, delay climate action, and spread misinformation. Corporations that greenwash climate inaction and lobby for billions of dollars in fossil fuel subsidies. In the face of their resistance, and in the context of this moment, we must do more. In order to keep our critical 1.5 degrees Celsius goal within reach, we must have the ambition to meet this moment, to accelerate our ongoing work, increase our investments, and lead with courage and conviction. Even given the challenges we face, I am optimistic. With ambition and bold action, I know we will build a cleaner, healthier, and more prosperous world for this generation and for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Stephen Ligamamada Rabuka, Prime Minister of Fiji. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon. May I join with all my colleagues and on behalf of the President of the Republic of Fiji and the people of Fiji, congratulate UAE on your 52nd National Day. Congratulations. And we thank you for your hospitality. We thank you for the reception we have received and everything you have done for us since we arrived here a few days ago. Ladies and gentlemen, 31 years ago, I was Prime Minister of Fiji. We sent a minister to attend the very first Earth Summit held in Rio. A few years after that, those that attended that summit we formed ourselves into a conference of parties. And we're here at the 28th Conference of Parties, or COP28. What have we done in 28 years, or 31 years? It seems to us in the Pacific that we have not done enough. We are sinking. The cyclones are getting more severe. Earlier this week, there was a flood in Fiji. Areas that never used to be flooded were flooded. And after that, we recorded temperatures more than 10 degrees more than our average for this time of the year. Since 1992, emissions have dramatically increased at a rate that destines us and the world that we live in to destruction. The rate of emissions is a core metric to take stock and respond to. Climate change in the Pacific is a major threat to our very own existence, our survival, our identity. It is clear that we are at a breaking point for survival of not only the Pacific, but for humanity. And for that very reason, I will continue to champion my call for the Pacific to be a zone or an ocean of peace, which includes our collective responsibility to combat climate change and preserve the environment is our life in the Pacific. I believe that a transformational response is needed. These include just transition that ensures global emissions peak before 2025. This will require deep cuts to emissions that align with the target of keeping global average temperatures rise to below 1.5 degrees Celsius. From last week's recorded temperatures in Fiji, I do not know whether we are going to achieve that. But I call upon all of us to strive towards that. Otherwise, we'll be under the sea. Otherwise, it'll be too hot to live in the tropics. We must ramp up our adaptation. We must double up on our finances by 2025 and agree on a framework for the global goal on adaptation. I welcome the Presidency's commitment to finalize the adoption of the GGA framework by the end of this COP28. We welcome the progress this week on the work on loss and damage fund. We urge the fund to be more targeted to the special challenges confronting small island developing states, because we are the most exposed and most vulnerable. It's estimated that $4 trillion will be needed annually by 2030 to manage the impact of climate change. There needs to be a Herculean effort to mobilize financing and investment that is accessible and cost-effective in delivering benefits to all. For us, it is our survival. We call upon every one of us to please cooperate for our survival, for our identity. I do not know which COP will not have any representation from the Pacific. I hope we will continue to have representation from your Pacific friends, brothers and sisters. So let us cooperate and conserve the universe that we live in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome now His Excellency Mr. Ralph Gonsalves, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam Chairperson, Your Excellencies, overwhelmingly and correctly, the global community has the settled view that human beings, by their acts of commission and omission, have been causing and are accelerating dangerously a climate change crisis, which portends an enveloping global disaster for life, living, and production. Essentially, human beings are sleepwalking into a disaster of historic proportions. Nothing that has been proposed so far at this conference of parties has risen to the level of urgency and scale of the transformation required or demanded to avert the impending debacle for humanity. The leaders of the countries which are the major emitters of greenhouse gases know it. The profiteering barons, corporate barons globally know it. The informed population of our planet know it. And we in the Caribbean know it quite well because we feel it. So too the world's poorest people who experience daily the consequences of calamitous climate change. They know it very well. Yet we continue to tinker here and there with paltry initiatives and then celebrate them falsely as epoch-making and transformative. We may fool ourselves. We cannot fool nature. Humanity is facing a metaphoric chasm, a sprawling divide between what is required and what is being timidly advanced. We cannot cross this chasm by baby steps. If we seek to do so, we would fall below and beneath the widening gorge. Saving humanity from the disaster of man-made climate change is a great cause. And great causes have never been won by doubtful men and women. We know that the planet cannot much survive beyond global warming in excess of 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. On present course, humanity will exceed this target soonest. We know the compelling answers to this existential challenge, but we recoil from embracing them and acting upon them. You're not going to get the details from me here, you know them. Everybody knows them. In any case, in any great cause, the answers or solutions revolve around 4 critical requisites. Nothing is possible without people. Nothing is doable without high-quality strategic leadership. Nothing is achievable without the mobilization of a sufficiency of resources. And nothing is sustainable without specially crafted institutions to deliver the transformative results agreed upon. We have been not involving the Earth's people in an informed and structured manner. The planet's leadership on this existential matter has been, by and large, very uneven and shows currently little sign of improving. The resources which are available among the rich countries and the rich people of our planet have not been mobilized in any sufficiency for the tasks at hand. And the global institutions to address the haunting bundle of sustainable issues are in a ramshackle condition, and there is currently very little likelihood of their efficacious reform to make them fit for purpose. Unless we address collectively and in solidarity each of these considerations optimally, humanity as we know it is doomed. This is not the usual end of times doomsday scenario of inevitability grounded in religious prophecy. In this great cause, it is necessary and desirable to apply the Aristotelian proposition: equity among equals, proportionality among unequals. The rich and powerful countries have a huge obligation to right the historic and current wrongs. We, the metaphoric unwashed multitudes, must in solidarity insist on that, and at the same time do our part responsibly and urgently. Justice and solidarity are thus to be combined. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Distinguished heads of states and governments, dear delegates, thank you for your statements. And this brings us to the end of the high-level segment. The joint third meeting of COP28, CMP 18 and CMA 5 is now adjourned. Distinguished delegates, the conference will now hear 2 special messages. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Teo Chi Hin, Senior Minister, Coordinating Minister for National Security, delivering a message of His Excellency Mr. Lee Hsien Loong, Prime Minister of Singapore. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this distinguished gathering. Mr. President, amid heightened geopolitical and economic turbulence, the world is on a pathway to 2.1 to 2.8 degrees centigrade of global warming by 2100. The first global stocktake presents an opportunity for the world to course correct to keep the target of 1.5 degrees centigrade within reach. Singapore reaffirms its commitment to domestic climate action, regional partnerships, and global collaboration. First, domestic climate action. Singapore is a small island state, like the speakers before me. We are just 40 kilometers east to west, 25 kilometers north to south, and our 5.6 million people have nowhere else to go if sea levels rise. So we have to take this very seriously. Singapore raised its climate ambition last year to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. We are now focusing our efforts on implementation and delivering progress. We will raise our carbon tax level to around $19 per ton of emissions in 2024 and progressively to $37 to $60 per ton by 2030, making it one of the highest in Asia. We have mandated zero population vehicle growth since 2018, and our vision is for all vehicles to run on cleaner energy by 2040. In spite of being alternative energy disadvantaged, Singapore is sparing no effort in greening our power sector. We are already halfway towards achieving our 2030 solar deployment target. From 2024, we will also require all new and repowered natural gas power plants to be at least 30% hydrogen compatible by volume. Second, regional partnerships. We must foster partnerships and channel finance to accelerate regional decarbonization. At COP28, Singapore will announce Financing Asia's Transition Partnerships, or FAST-P, a new blended finance initiative that aims to mobilize up to $5 billion in finance. FAST-P will bring together public and private sector platforms and partners to de-risk and finance transition and marginally bankable green projects in Asia. As a first step towards a joint vision of an ASEAN power grid, Singapore plans to import around 4 gigawatts of low-carbon electricity from the region by 2015. We must also collaborate to strengthen our collective global climate resilience. Singapore participates actively in partnerships to advance flood, water, and heat resilience, as well as coastal and flood protection. To support mutual learning, Singapore will share our regional climate projections based on IPCC's 6th assessment report. Third, global collaboration. Multilateralism at platforms such as UNFCCC remains key to ensuring a just and inclusive transition. Singapore is pleased to support the following initiatives: the Global Renewables and Energy Efficiency Pledge, Early Coal Retirement Initiative, and Forest and Climate Leaders Partnership. We stand at a critical crossroads. Let us face climate change not as individual nations, but instead seize this opportunity to unite, act, and deliver. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And now it is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Cho Hang-sik, Special Envoy delivering a message of His Excellency Mr. Yoon Suk-yeol, President of the Republic of Korea. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to participate in the World Climate Action Summit as the Special Presidential Envoy on behalf of President Yoon Suk-yeol of the Republic of Korea. As the IPCC report has warned us, without our swift action, the goal of Paris Agreement will be forever unattainable. The future of humanity hinges on us gathered here at COP. To tackle the global climate crisis, the Republic of Korea would like to make 3 proposals. Firstly, we need to fully incorporate the result of the global stocktake into our future actions. No single country can tackle the challenge of climate change alone. Yet each nation's decision-making carries a weight in finding the solution. Each of our nations must make the fight against climate change the #1 national priority. The GST is the compass that tells us how far we have come to reach our destination of 1.5 degrees Celsius goals of the Paris Agreement. Travelers ignore the guidance of the compass at their own peril. All of us are accountable for the results of GST, and based upon the GST results, we should step up our climate action with a strong sense of urgency and responsibility. Secondly, our climate action should be sustainable and inclusive. In our race of climate action, some may be ahead of others, while some may lag behind. However, the race will never be over until the very last one crosses the finish line. In this regard, Korea sincerely welcomes the adoption of the decision on the loss and damage funds operationalization. This clearly shows that we can make all the difference if we work together, and speaks volumes about our global solidarity. It is imperative that we continue strengthening our collective efforts to tackle the climate crisis, fostering the spirit of cooperation and unity. Based upon our own experience of economic development, Korea strives to play an active role in resolving the gaps in climate action. Korea will continue its role of laying the green ladder to help vulnerable developing countries respond to the climate crisis. To that end, the Korean government had already pledged to significantly increase our green ODA by 2025. In addition, Korea has pledged to contribute additional $300 million for GCF's second replenishment. Lastly, we suggest that climate action should be effective and realistic. The world is undergoing multiple crises. That is why tackling the climate crisis calls for the most realistic and effective way. The key, we believe, is in energy transition driven by advanced climate technologies. Last September, President Yoon proposed the formation of the Carbon-Free Alliance as a realistic solution for countries to reach carbon neutrality. This initiative calls for utilizing all carbon-free clean energy sources in addition to renewables, depending upon each country's circumstances and conditions. We look forward to your support for this initiative. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the fight against climate change will never be successful if we do not join all our forces. We have no time to stay idle. We do not have the luxury to meander. We must go forward as our compass leads us. The Republic of Korea will strive to lead this pathway. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Distinguished delegates, this brings us to the end of the session. Thank you. I wish you all a nice afternoon.